for, not of. What? Oh, there's a lesson there too. Don't do it.
Good news about Iraq.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Emil Doak. I'm the Executive Director of the American Conservative. I'm pleased to welcome all of you, both here at Catholic University and watching us on the live stream, to our 8th Annual Foreign Policy Conference, American Security in a Multipolar World, Cooperation or Competition. I don't think it's any accident that this is our 8th Annual Foreign Policy Conference. Those of you familiar with the American Conservative know that this issue of advancing a foreign policy of realism and restraint is at the core of our mission to advance a Main Street vision for conservatism. Indeed, when we were founded in 2002, it was in opposition to the oncoming Iraq War, and we were a lonely conservative voice opposing that war at the time. When this conference was founded in 2014, the issues were certainly different than they were in 2002, and the issues today are even different than they were in 2014. So I'm not going to speak for long because we have a great program lined up for you all today, a packed program addressing many of the most challenging issues facing this country's foreign policy. From the withdrawal in Afghanistan that we saw and the lessons that we could learn from that, which our first panel will address here today, to challenges in our own hemisphere, in Latin America, and the prospect for a new Monroe Doctrine, the challenge of a rising China, and then of course the rebirth of nationalism across the globe. So I especially want to thank those who made today's event possible, our presenting sponsor, the Pivotal Foundation, as well as our organization partners, the Intercollegiate Studies Institute and American Moment. John, take it away.
Thank you, Emil, and welcome everybody. Lovely to be here bright and early in the morning in this absolutely beautiful room. We're going to talk first off about the war in Afghanistan, the exit from Afghanistan, and lessons that can be learned from all of that. And we've got 3 great panelists here for you this morning. Going in order away from me, first off, we've got Douglas Macgregor, who in addition to being a senior fellow at the American Conservative, is a decorated combat veteran, the author of 5 books, and a defense and foreign policy consultant. He served in the United States Army from 1976 until his retirement at the rank of colonel in 2004. In 2020, the President appointed Macgregor to serve as Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Defense. He holds a PhD in International Relations from the University of Virginia. On his right, we have William Ruger, who is the Vice President for Research and Policy at the Charles Koch Institute. He served in Afghanistan with the U.S. Navy Reserve and was nominated by President Trump to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to that country. He holds a PhD in politics from Brandeis University and a degree from my alma mater, William and Mary. He's also on the Society's board. And then we have Adam Weinstein, a research fellow at the Quincy Institute. He previously worked for KPMG's international trade practice, where he assisted multinational clients in navigating Asia's changing trade landscape, incorporating human rights due diligence into supply chains, managing sanctions risk, and utilizing free trade agreements. He served in the Marine Corps, with whom he deployed to Afghanistan in 2012. So first off, Colonel Macgregor, if you could tell us a bit about how you see the situation in Afghanistan, how things unfolded, especially since you were in government for part of the withdrawal decision period.
Well, first, I want to make sure that before this panel is over, that Will Ruger can explain what a reserve naval officer was doing in Afghanistan. I mean, we have the U.S. Coast Guard running around in the Western Pacific and the Persian Gulf. I haven't figured out why the Coast Guard is over there doing those things, so we need to find out what the Navy was doing in Afghanistan. Now, I'm not being totally facetious, by the way. By the time that I arrived, which was really on the 9th of November, until the inauguration in late January, it was very obvious to virtually everyone in the senior military establishment, that is the senior ranks of the armed forces, that the Afghan adventure had become essentially entropic. Everything had run out of steam. Everything was overwhelmed with corruption. inside the country. Nothing was really functioning as people were led to believe. So leaving the place was not a question of if, it was a question of when. And the idea, as it turned out, was to, in the senior ranks, was to prolong this stay in Afghanistan as long as possible. So when I arrived and I had this to-do list from President Trump, the first item on the to-do list was get us out of Afghanistan. So in response to that, first thing I said was, the president will have to sign an order. And I met with the acting Secretary of Defense and he agreed. Yes, the president will have to give me an order. Anyone who is not confirmed through the Senate for that specific job is not going to be in a position to simply say the president wants us to leave, we're all leaving. So I drafted an order, and that order was eventually signed on the 11th of November at about 2 in the afternoon, and it was modified somewhat. I had said that we could get out by the 31st of December, and that was based on my discussions with people at the lieutenant colonel and colonel levels. And also because there was an agreement, unspoken agreement, that that was the best time to leave. If you were going to leave, it was during the winter, because the passes were full of snow and the probability of difficulties with local tribesmen, ISIS, or anyone else was low. So based on that, I sent it over. They modified it from 31 December to 15 January, which is fine, 1 or 2 more weeks. The president signed that order. That order went out on the 12th. Now, the interesting thing is when the order was signed on the 11th, which was a holiday, the individual on the NSC staff who took the order over to the NSC staff, the National Security Advisor, walked out of the White House waving it. People were coming out of the windows cheering, saying, it's taken us 4 years, we've finally done it, which tells you something about the frustrations inside the NSC staff for many people. The following day, on the 12th, there was essentially an outrage almost everywhere that you could think of, primarily from the so-called defense hawks on the Hill, led principally by Mitch McConnell, as well as by the National Security Advisor, O'Brien, who violently opposed departure, along with virtually everyone in the Department of Defense who was at the senior level. No one supported it, especially General Milley was adamantly opposed to it. All went to see the president, along with the acting Secretary of Defense, who buckled quickly and said, no, I think we should not leave, along with his chief of staff. Everyone agreed in the room, except for President Trump, who was there with them, we should stay. And unfortunately, President Trump finally said, well, can I take half the forces out? And everyone said, well, okay, we'll support half. So that opportunity was missed and lost because of the president. The president could have ordered it, it would have been executed. I think we'd have been better off. But nevertheless, we would still have had problems for the reasons that you saw subsequently. The same people were still in charge after President Biden took over in the Department of Defense, and they did a deplorable job of extricating us.
Do you think they've learned anything from this experience?
Absolutely not. First of all, when you say we, who is we? We is really the people inside the Beltway, people at the top of the federal bureaucracy, people at the top of the military, the political figures. No, they haven't learned anything, because if you're going to learn something, you learn very early on that you don't want to occupy anything under any circumstances. I mean, the great achievement of the British Empire was realizing that the way to govern was through other people, principally indigenous people. No one wants a foreigner telling them what to do. We didn't do that. Genghis Khan used to say, occupations turn soldiers into jailers. He was absolutely right. So the big mistake was staying in Afghanistan once it became clear that we had missed Osama bin Laden and his inner circle, all of whom had retired to Pakistan. Now this gets to the other point why we learn nothing. There is no accountability for anything. If there is no accountability, there's no performance. Who was responsible for, quote unquote, getting Osama bin Laden and the inner circle back in 2001? It was General Franks, who at the time was the U.S. CENTCOM commander. He failed. And you have to stop, back away for a second. Remember, you have this thing called the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency. To this, you have to add in the Special Operations Command and Special Operations Forces. How could we, having spent billions on these institutions, enormous quantities of money, manage to do that? Well, I won't go into detail today, but no one was ever held accountable for that. So you end up with this decision. The reason we came here is no longer there, so we're going to stay. And people made terrible decisions about what to do if you stayed. And one of the first decisions was, well, we'll conduct search and destroy missions inside Afghanistan. Inside Afghanistan, when there was no enemy inside Afghanistan. The overwhelming majority of people had no interest in us whatsoever. So the question is, where did search and destroy come from? Vietnam. Who made that decision? The 18th Airborne Corps Commander, General McNeil, who later was rewarded for that stupidity with a 4-star. I mean, we could sit here and go on and on and on. People lost interest in Afghanistan, but the main thing was we're staying there. When there should never have been any interest in remaining there, in my judgment, anywhere else in the Muslim world. We should have confined our focus to the things that we thought were really important. And in our case, that was Osama and a small number of people. So that, I think, is the great lesson to be learned, but I see no evidence that anyone inside the Beltway has learned that, nor would I expect them to, because it's also a larger issue about money. And we can talk about that, I hope, with the panel. Where did all the money go, the trillions of dollars? Most of it was repatriated here, but not to the American people.
Will, I'd like to bring you in on this. I'm curious if you share Colonel Macgregor's assessment that we should have gotten out as soon as it was clear that bin Laden was no longer there. And more broadly, while he was inside government working on this issue, you were outside government working on this issue. Your organization, your community of organizations was fairly central in the fight to get the United States out of Afghanistan, both during the Trump and the Biden administration. Take us through that.
Sure, let me start. I mean, I think we needed to do 3 things in Afghanistan. So I guess my assessment in some ways hews pretty closely to Colonel Macgregor's, which is we needed to decimate Al-Qaeda as an effective terrorist organization with the intent and capability to harm the United States. We needed to kill or capture bin Laden, the architects of the strikes against us. And I do believe we had some interest in punishing the Taliban for their state sponsorship of Al-Qaeda. But we accomplished all those goals really early. And as Doug talked about, we decided to stay. And I think it's actually in some ways worse than what you said. I mean, I know we've talked about this before, I think you would agree, is that not only did we decide to stay, but we expanded the war aims quite broadly beyond what was even possible to achieve given the raw material of Afghanistan and Afghan society and the capabilities of ourselves. And, and this goes back to the old cliche about, know your enemy, know yourself. Well, in counterinsurgency, it's not only know your enemy and know yourself, but it's also know the host nation and their capabilities. And this was not something that was achievable in terms of those expanded war aims. And the other thing is that a lot of those war aims oftentimes weren't just hard to accomplish or impossible to accomplish, but they competed with each other or clashed with each other. So, for example, counter-narcotics and winning hearts and minds, liberalization and making sure that people that were in the middle got off the fence on your side as opposed to the other side, right? By promoting, for example, liberal values, again, I'm a pretty modern American. My wife has a PhD. She benefited from all that schooling, so I'm in favor of women, achieving their potential and not having barriers in the way. But it is also the case that building girls' schools and promoting that in a conservative place like Afghanistan, particularly southern Afghanistan, was going to run headlong into a lot of values, and these changes were considered to be threatening to those places. And therefore, that alienated the people that you needed to win over, even by the doctrines that St. David was promoting, right, of counterinsurgency. And so it's not surprising that we lost that second war. But I did think we did pretty well at accomplishing those those other goals. I think it took much too long for us to do so. But I think the ultimate sin was expanding those war aims. Now, as far as the getting out part, I give a lot of credit to the former president, President Trump, because, for one, in the South Carolina primary in particular, he really went at the Republican establishment, in fact, the whole foreign policy establishment, by talking about how Iraq was such a mistake. By going after George W. Bush, the person who had spoken so highly of this democracy promotion argument, right, in his second inaugural, right? Read the second inaugural. It's one of the most radical statements of American foreign policy out there, right? And President Trump went straight into the teeth of that. And not only did he survive, but he prospered. And that's because I think that the American people on this issue were eventually with us. And he tapped into that. Americans have become sick of these forever wars. He tapped into that. He had an instinct for that. That was part of his success as a candidate, is having an instinct for these types of issues. And I give him a lot of credit for promoting these things. Now, the challenge, of course, is that it's hard in Washington to be a one-man army. And even if he, add people like me and Doug and others, it's really hard to govern without having people promoting this on a day-to-day basis. I mean, there's a big literature. We're on a campus. We could talk about scholarly articles, right? You look at the literature on bureaucratic politics. People like my mentor, Bob Art, people like Steve Krasner. These are people who go after the argument about bureaucratic politics. But one thing they do say is that in order for presidents to get their way, they have to put the time, energy, and attention on that issue and really drive it through and against sometimes the bureaucracy. Problem is that, again, presidents nowadays, they're responsible or believe they're responsible for so many things. It's hard to put that time, energy, and attention on it, and that's why you need to have your civilian subordinates, the politicals, driving those things. And as Doug could tell you, the president was not blessed with politicals that fundamentally, and the permanent bureaucracy that fundamentally agreed with the president's views on this. So he was oftentimes given contrary advice. Now again, I think the president should have chosen different people at the beginning. I don't think that you should have had somebody like General Mattis, for example, in that role. But the fact is that these people frequently were working contrary to the vision and instincts of the president. And you saw that in General Mattis's, kind of hysterical, resignation letter, right? I mean, God forbid you should touch our sacred alliances. And I know that that's President Biden's words, but that's the kind of zeitgeist that's held by these folks. So President Trump wasn't able to kind of push us, and he actually got turned a little bit. Remember, we had a mini surge. But eventually he got there, and Doug talked, I think, nicely about how the president tried to get us out under his watch. And I think that would have been a great foreign policy accomplishment of his, but I still think he deserves credit for getting us as far as we did. And that's because by getting those numbers down, it made it much harder for Biden or anyone else to go back up. And here's why. So once President Trump is replaced by President Biden has a decision, right? Is he going to stick with the Doha Agreement that Zal and President Trump had brought us and fulfill Trump's withdrawal plan, or are we going to get Biden's war? And so he was going to have to own this. And he didn't want to become what one scholar, Sarah Croco, talks about as a culpable leader. He didn't want to be a culpable leader in the public's eye. He didn't want to be seen as someone who was responsible for this. And he could, and so if he was going to withdraw, he had to do it relatively early and not become considered to be part of that problem, even though, of course, he had been vice president before, but he had that flexibility in that window when he became president to do that. Or he was going to have to own it. And if he had to own it, 2,500 troops wasn't going to do much, especially when the Taliban realized we wouldn't leave, because we would have violated the Doha Agreement. They would have gone after us. There would have been more dead Americans coming home. And at that point, it would have been rushing even faster out than we did, or putting more troops in. And ultimately, I think President Trump, in a way, whether it was intentional or not, they boxed President Biden in. And again, I'll give President Biden credit for getting us out, but he certainly had a lot of constraints that I'm guessing that a lot of people in Washington wish he hadn't had, which was the Doha Agreement and the troop levels. And so I think that was fortunate. Now, just to wrap up real quickly, what that allowed for, again, because politics is a team sport, so you needed to have what President Trump was doing, what Doug was doing inside, but it was outside groups in particular that I think had a big effect on making sure that the public, which usually doesn't spend as much time thinking about foreign policy as we do, that the public was still, I think, activated. So there was a broad coalition of people on the right and the left, whether it was the Quincy Institute or Vote Vets, Concerned Veterans for America, Charles Koch Institute, and lots of other groups out there that really came together in this process. A lot of stuff behind the scenes or underneath the water, but a lot of stuff above it too. I mean, the Concerned Veterans for America spent millions of dollars activating the grass tops and grassroots to try to put pressure on Capitol Hill, on the White House, and to try to create an environment in which it seemed dangerous not to do what we needed to do. And so, again, like, you know, the old saying that you know, victory has, you know, 1,000 mothers and fathers, in this case was true in that you needed to have a lot of groups coming together to promote this, especially in a condition where, you know, you have a foreign policy establishment that wants no part of that if they can help it.
Adam, I'd like to bring you in here. How do you read, you know, in light of some of the earlier strategic conversation that we had, the evolution of our strategy in Afghanistan, you know, and whether it was even plausible to have success? But then also, after the withdrawal, we've seen Afghanistan largely drop out of major press headlines here in the United States. But at the same time, a senior figure in the International Committee of the Red Cross was there just the other day and spoke of an impending man-made catastrophe. If you could take us through that issue set there.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks to all of you for being here so early. Look, Afghanistan has faded from the headlines because it's detached from the everyday lives of Americans. And when we were involved in this grassroots campaign to advocate for the withdrawal, I went to Common Defense, which is a progressive veterans organization, and I said to their leaders, like, where do your members stand? And they said, well, they want to leave Afghanistan. And I talked to Dan Caldwell, Concerned Veterans for America, and I said, where do your members stand? And he said, well, they want to leave Afghanistan. And poll after poll, including polls you conducted, Will, demonstrate that the American people wanted to leave Afghanistan, but they weren't out in the streets protesting. And we have this culture in Washington today where I think some lawmakers and some thought leaders actually believe if there's not a mass protest movement, that the American people are disengaged, and it gives the elites in Washington full reign to do whatever they like. And that's simply not how a republic works. So what we did was we acted as a liaison between the two administrations and the American people and the veteran community, in a sense, and demonstrated to them, look, this is where the American people on the whole land. And you can either choose to side with the American people, or you can choose to listen to technocrats in the Beltway. In terms of human rights, you know, more than a clash in values, the reason why we alienated people in southern and eastern Afghanistan was simply because we conducted too many night raids where we shot the wrong person in the face and created widows, to put it bluntly. That's how you alienate a population. And I think when we talk about the last 20 years in Afghanistan as some sort of human rights victory, it's really detached from what the reality on the ground was. Were there gains? Yes. Infant mortality rates decreased. Girls' education did increase. There was infrastructure that was built. But at what cost? It was a very violent counterinsurgency in the south and the east of Afghanistan. And look, in 2020, 10,000 ANDSF were killed. In 2019, 10,000 ANDSF were killed. These are enormous numbers. The idea that this was a low-cost war, low cost for who? And yet, we would say, have people in Washington say, well, only a dozen US military personnel are dying per year in the last several years. In a society that places so much emphasis on the individual and individual dignity, the way that we talk about the lives of service members is depraved. Suddenly they become statistics. Well, a dozen is fine. In terms of human rights, I think we began to speak about the war with human rights language because, like the Colonel said, we didn't know why we were there. So we had to invent a new reason to be there. To put the human rights and humanitarian efforts into context, we had allocated, prior to the collapse of the Afghan government, another $3.3 billion to the Afghan Security Forces Fund. And that's about equal to the entire amount of money we spent on humanitarian aid over the last 20 years. This war was never about humanitarian efforts. This war was never about human rights. That was language that Washington used to make the pill easier to swallow for the American people and for themselves, frankly. They deluded themselves. And yet, I was talking to someone who follows Afghanistan closely the other day, and I said, all of these hawks who wanted to stay in Afghanistan forever and said it was about Afghan women or about human rights or this and that, they've really stopped talking about human rights altogether. Now when they talk about Afghanistan, it's exclusively in terms of terrorism or great power competition, or they've just stopped talking about Afghanistan altogether because the grants have dried up. They're not being paid to do it anymore. And I said, but I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't keep the act up a little bit longer. I thought that they would at least continue to talk about human rights for a few more months. And he said to me, well, for that to happen, they'd have to have shame. And I think that's true. They were shameless. Because we live in a political culture in which there is no accountability. There are no consequences for being wrong on foreign policy. You're able to use human rights in a very cynical way. And that's what happened. And now, what's happening in Afghanistan? Millions of people are at risk of starvation. In fact, the starvation has already happened. This is a country that this winter is going to descend into mass starvation and universal poverty, universal, in which tens of thousands of people are going to die, including women and children. And it's the primary cause of this is that the Washington establishment is unable to confront the reality that the Taliban are the de facto government. We lost the war. That's something people still can't admit. And our sanctions and the frozen central bank funds can't do anything ultimately to alter Taliban behavior. Because 20 years of war didn't alter Taliban behavior. So what is going to happen over the next few months is tens of thousands of people are going to die so that we can hold on to our delusion a little bit longer. And I'll leave it at that.
I want to add something to what you said about, people paying attention. In some ways, that I think can work in the favor because we want to be forward-looking, right? Lessons learned for the future, not just looking back. And that is that if you stick to it and you actually withdraw from these forever wars, yes, you're going to have wall-to-wall coverage like we saw. I mean, remember how many articles there were, front page, et cetera, just about like what was happening in Afghanistan, how bad it was for that small, brief period. But then it disappeared off the map, right? I mean, there's hardly any coverage of Afghanistan after that very initial burst after we left. And that shows you, I think, I mean, and again, it's terrible that we're not thinking about some of these things as human beings, but for American foreign policymakers, I think a lesson should be, do the right thing, meet the storm, make your arguments, and then people will move on. So just do it. And I think, and again, like, I think President Biden did a good job of explaining exactly why we needed to leave. He used the language of this community. I mean, some of those speeches could have been given by any of the three of us. And so that explained to the American people, even after the scenes at the Kabul airport, if you noticed, the numbers from, say, the Charles Koch Institute or Concerned Veteran for America's polls, the numbers actually went up. And that Washington Post poll that was done after that, what was it, like 78% of Americans still supported withdrawal after all those bad scenes. Those were higher numbers than even we were seeing during the middle of the fight. And so I think that shows you that just if you can make it happen and push it through the bureaucracy, just do it. Ignore them, and the American public will come along if it's the right move, which in this case, and the cases of Syria and Iraq, which is what we should focus on next, we just need to have someone who can have the gumption to make the argument, get us out, and eventually the chattering class here will move on to something else.
And put more simply, I'd say, President Trump and Biden made a gamble that Twitter isn't real. And I think that gamble is correct.
You know, and just to kind of broaden that conversation out, you know, there are a lot of other situations around the world where there are American troops present that have no clear mission and or missions that are fairly remote to vital American interests. You know, I was just having a conversation about an upcoming deployment of about 1,000 members of the National Guard to Africa. We've got a significant number of troops in Iraq and Syria. How should the withdrawal from Afghanistan and the experience of that inform our thinking for the future as advocates of foreign policy restraint and realism about some of these other crises, other situations?
Well, I would ask you to keep in mind that you have several generations of senior officers now whose only experience is really the last 30 years. And what have we seen over the last 30 years? Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, followed by Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and then this sudden expansion into Africa. We also have troops in various places in Latin America. We don't talk about that very much. So the bottom line is that you're not going to get any change at all unless you're willing to go in and essentially decapitate the senior leadership of the armed forces, because they are steeped in the belief, which is a strong neocon principle, that the world is a better place when the U.S. armed forces occupy most of it, to be perfectly blunt. When you have U.S. forces in almost every country in the world will be better off. Now, I don't think so, and I don't think there's much evidence to support that. But you've got to go back and understand the mentality. As soon as you talk to the neocons, they say, well, look what we did during World War II. And there is no objective assessment of the Second World War. There was this assumption that everything we did was right, which is a bad assumption, by the way, because we had no interest in the complete and utter destruction of both Germany and Japan, which we have been compensating for the next, 80 years. But there's no discussion of that. So you have this sort of fantasy about what we think we did, which we didn't, and that's applied to the present. And finally, I would say we have lots of 19th century thinkers. And I mean this, people whose view of strategy is pre-World War I. That, you've got to have somebody somewhere on the ground or you have no influence. And you have to be prepared militarily to intervene anywhere on a moment's notice. In other words, the world is your oyster, as somebody named Hitler said. We don't want the world to be our oyster. We have to re-examine the wisdom of this presence. If you look at polling data in the Islamic world, for instance, says, do you like the United States? If you go to Morocco, Tunisia, a number of different places, they're wildly pro-American because we're not there. So the notion that we need to be everywhere is just fundamentally false. But that's tied to this massive military-industrial congressional complex. It's tied to funding. People on the Hill have streams of income as a result of support for all of this. So this is a huge problem that I think only bankruptcy will solve. Remember, when did the British finally leave India? When they couldn't afford to stay. When the debt to GDP ratio was 246% in 1946, it's time to leave. We can't afford to stay. So I think we're stuck right now. And this monster that has been created over the last 80 years is going to keep clawing its way back every time because it's built in. So you need fundamental reform across the boards, changes in the institution, but most important, changes in leadership. Look at the State Department. Listen to Tony Blinken. Go back and listen to what Pompeo said. I don't hear many differences. It's appalling. It's frightening. So if you're sitting in Moscow right now, or you're sitting in Beijing or any number of capitals, people say, what difference does it make who is elected to what in the United States? The same nonsense keeps pouring out of Washington. I think that's the lesson.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing a lot of that nonsense around Ukraine, but also around an actual serious issue, which is dealing with the rise of China. I mean, one of my worries is that we'll be back into some of these places that we're trying to get us out of, and it'll be done under the mantra of this strategic competition with China. I mean, I remember the Cold War. You do too, Doug. When we were supporting people like Jonas Savimbi in Angola, when we actually had troops in Lebanon trying to sort things out.
Actually, I think you're much older than I am, but that's all right.
But the fact is that a lot of these things that were justified under the notion that we needed to compete with the Soviet Union, and I think we did. But the fact is that we overshot. We did more than was necessary. And again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't engage in a strategic competition with China, but I do think that we want to make sure we don't have a Cold War II frame, because oftentimes we forget about those errors where we kind of put containment on steroids.
Well, if I could just add something to what has just been said. We're already operating within a Cold War framework, so it's done. And I hear often, well, if the Chinese are going into Afghanistan. Well, I can't think
of
a nicer place. I'd put a brigade of U.S. military police up in the Hindu Kush. Come on in. But the sad part is, Chinese are not going to do that. The Chinese are exclusively about business. This is what we don't seem to understand. They're about commerce. If the Afghans can ever manage to create a secure environment, the Chinese would be happy to use part of Afghanistan as a transportation hub. They'd be willing to come in and perhaps mine or extract whatever benefits they can find. But the Chinese are not territorial imperialists. We are the territorial imperialists, which is very, very strange given that we are Americans and we've historically been opposed to that sort of thing.
So I do want to offer a slight difference here. I mean, and maybe you agree with this, Doug, but it's almost like, again, I'm not in favor of imperialism, but it's almost worse than that in the sense that at least there was an attempt, I think, by the British to promote British national interests.
Sure.
Part of the problem of whatever we want to call this, the American empire, is that it tries to, as it was said in the 90s, I can't remember who did it, it was a foreign affairs article, foreign policy as social work. So we do these things that look imperial, but they're actually very disconnected with our national interests as we would probably define them.
No, I agree
because
with
we've
you.
expanded the notion of the national interest to be so broad.
Well, I agree with you. What I would say is that it's altruistic imperialism. Imperialism that doesn't pay, except if you live within the Beltway and you're at the top of the private sector, it pays very well. But for the American people, it's a loser. So that's one thing, absolutely true.
Yeah. It doesn't help your 12 Americans every year, right?
No, and the altruistic imperialism is the altruistic element is really a PR for the glass buildings that you see when you land at Reagan International, because that's where the money is going. When you talk about where the money was repatriated to the United States, well, to a very small segment of people in one industry, and also to corrupt Afghan elites who now have villas in Dubai. So it's not even really altruistic. And going back for a moment to the great power justifications that were being used to stay in Afghanistan, China has offered almost no aid to the Taliban. This was one of the reasons we were told we had to stay. China would now have influence over the Taliban, and Afghanistan would become China's backyard, so to speak. Yes, Afghanistan does border China. The road that is in the Wakhan corridor that leads to China stops 100 miles before the border because the region is so mountainous that it's impossible to build a road. China, I'm sure, would love to mine in Afghanistan, but has been unable to do so for the last 2 decades because it's logistically simply too difficult. China's interests in Afghanistan are limited to terrorism. It's very narrow, and China has had the foresight which we didn't have, which is that you don't have to reconstruct a society to deal with the threat from terrorism. Iran, this was another reason we were told we had to stay in Afghanistan. Iran and the Taliban were shooting at each other yesterday. Iran was firing artillery shells at the Taliban because there was a dispute over where the border falls. The notion that Iran was ever going to have a truly close relationship with the Taliban is obviously a misreading of history. But of course, if we stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years with no intention of leaving, Iran saw an opportunity to poke at us. And from their perspective, why shouldn't they? So they provided some support to the Taliban, not due to ideological affinity, not due to some grand plan to have outsized influence in Afghanistan, but simply because we were there and we gave them the opportunity. And this is the legacy of the war on terror. The United States gives our adversaries the opportunity to fight us in their own backyard. We deliver young Americans to the Taliban and to their benefactors and place them in range of Soviet-era weapons to be killed for no reason. And again, if you look at Iraq and Afghanistan, here's where there's a similarity. We had an inward-focused insurgency that we were fighting for no good reason, and that provided an opportunity to transnational terrorist groups like ISIS and like Al-Qaeda to gain a greater foothold. When you look at the beginning of the war on terror and you look at today, there's been a proliferation of transnational terrorist groups, not a reduction.
So
Could I just say something?
Well,
Because
let's bring in the ISIS issue as well, and if you have something to add.
No,
go
not
ahead.
really. I'm less enthusiastic about worrying about ISIS in Afghanistan.
The Taliban's worrying about them.
Let them do it. But Adam has hit on something that's very important, and for the students of international relations who may be listening, which would shock me because I was never mentally alert at 8 o'clock in the morning when I was a student, but nevertheless, if they are, something to consider is, what is our national strategy? I would argue we have no national strategy. We really haven't for most of our history because, frankly, we haven't needed it. And the problem is, when you have no real national strategy, it's very easy to walk into a country that may be tiny or large, doesn't make any difference, and embrace their interests as yours. And that is essentially what we've been doing all over the world, because that's your excuse for going in. You embrace these interests. These are our interests too. You see that right now in Eastern Europe. We have an interest in Ukraine. Really? What is our interest in Ukraine? Well, we have an interest that is hostile to Russia. No, we don't. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is a huge problem. We have no national. So somebody will say, well, we have a national military strategy that frames Russia and China as the enemies. Yeah, but that's really a spending strategy, because the majority of the people across the river in that building don't really think they're going to have to fight anyone. If they did, you'd have a very different military establishment from the one you've got right now.
So I love being on a panel in which I'm like the least cynical person on the panel, which is great. So I look at it as to me, it's a classic bootlegger and Baptist issue. So these two gentlemen have talked about the bootlegger part. I think, unfortunately, it's not just a bootlegger problem. It's a Baptist problem. There are true believers in this thing. And it's not just because of the shiny buildings over there. And that, again, there's a bootlegger aspect here. but it is the Baptists. And the Baptists, we're in northeast. The Baptists are over in northwest. There's tons of them. There are many churches of this Baptist faith all over northwest. And they are true believers. And that's not going away, which is why I think that we need to develop, and I'm glad that places like TAC and Quincy and others exist, because you need to have a counter elite that is a different religion of American foreign policy than the Baptist religion of primacy.
Well, I don't know if Walter McDougall's in the audience, since we're talking about American civil religion and foreign policy, but we might have time to take one question or so if anybody wanted to go over to the mic over there. But otherwise, I'm curious about what you all make of one particular argument that's been out there, particularly inside the Beltway, that our exit from Afghanistan will make America less credible, that partners of the United States will not be willing to trust the United States because we left Afghanistan in the lurch.
Well, the same argument was made in 1975 about Vietnam. And it was only after we left Vietnam and years later, when we were able to look in the NKVD archives and also look at minutes from Politburo meetings, that we discovered that the Russians were very disappointed in our departure because they said the Americans have sobered up. They figured it out. This is a waste of time, money, and resources. We were delighted when the Russians went into Afghanistan because we rightly said, this is a waste of time, money, and resources. Let the Russians waste their time there. That's worse than a red herring. It's an utterly false and nonsensical argument. People look at us and see us more positively because they say they finally stopped meddling in places where they have no interest and the people don't need our help or assistance.
Well, and the Church of Primacy just has so many bad articles of faith, right? Appeasement, it's always 1938, but this credibility argument, as if after 20 years of fighting this war, that people would think that we wouldn't fight for the actual vital national interests as opposed to these extremely peripheral at best ones. Not to mention the fact that there's a pretty substantial literature about this credibility issue that tells us the opposite, right? It's based on interests and power concerns, not like, hey, did we stay in a strategic backwater forever? And you're seeing this again. I mean, if we don't, I mean, you've seen people, allegedly responsible people saying, you know, we have to confront the Russians in Ukraine, or the Chinese aren't going to believe us on Taiwan. I mean, give me a break. I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, they're going to look at the local situation and assess American interests and American strength versus their own interests and strength. They're not going to care about what the United States does in Ukraine. I mean, they might care. They might be happy if the United States pushes in Ukraine, because that keeps the Russia-China connection, which is unnatural in my view, closer together, and it bleeds the United States potentially, either economically or if we got into a war, literally.
I agree with Will that the credibility argument is overplayed. I think countries make their calculations about the United States based on what they think our perceived interests are, not based on some sort of value attributed to the American word. But let's just say credibility does matter. I think adhering to the US-Taliban agreement made the United States more credible. Violating agreements that we make is not a way to build credibility. And in fact, one of the reasons the withdrawal from Afghanistan was so messy, besides mismanagement, was because our partners in Kabul simply did not believe we were going to leave. If you look at the actions of the Ghani administration leading up to the deadline, this is not a government that thinks the United States is leaving Afghanistan. This is a government that has convinced itself that at the 11th hour, the United States will reverse its decision, and why wouldn't they think that? That's what we had done for years. And this actually presents a limited but very important opportunity to leave other wars of choice, such as our presence in Iraq, in which we can actually work with partners in the Iraqi government on a real timetable in which they actually take full responsibility for their security, and they might just believe we mean it this time. So I think American credibility requires us not to stay in what Will has called strategic backwaters indefinitely.
We've got time for one question.
Given the threat of mass starvation in Afghanistan this winter, what do you think the United States should be doing with the billions of dollars that belong to the Afghan government that they won't give to the Taliban? Is there some way that maybe just give it to the Taliban so they can feed their people, or you give the money to international organizations that would bring food relief?
Yeah. The frozen funds issue, very hot topic in Washington these days. Any thoughts?
Well, I think there's a lot of creative options. This idea, this notion that we can just hold on to foreign assets indefinitely is something that is normalized in Washington, D.C., but I think it's crazy. Do I want to see pallets of cash landing in Kabul handed straight to the Taliban? No. But there's a lot of room between holding onto the money indefinitely and letting an entire nation starve and delivering cash straight to the Taliban. There's reputable international organizations that can manage the cash. There's ways to establish a third-party bank that could distribute the cash until some agreement is come to with the Taliban as to what to do with the central bank. There's many options, but you cannot sustain a country on aid alone. And what I'd say is we don't need more aid that comes out of the pockets of the American people. The money exists. We've simply frozen it. The money's already there. And this idea, which is also, we could have an entire panel about the way we use foreign aid and the mismanagement and how we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and don't even build a school. Will talked about building schools. There were so many schools that weren't even built. The money was spent. I don't know where it went. I suppose it's in Dubai right now. But we don't need to sustain foreign countries via aid alone. In the case of Afghanistan, what they need most is liquidity in their economy. And there are ways to do that without explicitly handing over cash to the Taliban. And I hope that the Biden administration does that. Time is of the essence. They have weeks, not months, to solve this issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, on that rather grim note, we will have to wrap it up here. Adam, Doug, Will, thank you so much for taking the time to speak here.
Thanks, John.
Sure. Thank you, John.
Well, thank you to our panel. We are actually going to roll right into our next panel on Latin America once our next panelists get mic'd up. So please do sit tight, and we will be back with you very shortly.
John Fonte, a senior fellow and director of the Center for American Common Culture at the Hudson Institute, Michael Anton, lecturer in politics and research fellow at Hillsdale College's Kirby Center in Washington, and Jonathan Escanes, an assistant professor of politics at the Catholic University of America, just right here. And we will begin with remarks from John Fonte.
Thank you. On October the 18th, 1854, 3 American ambassadors met in Ostend, Belgium, and issued a manifesto declaring that the United States should either buy Cuba from Spain or, if necessary, take it by force. On January 20th, 2021, President Biden declared a 100-day freeze on deportations of criminal illegal aliens. Is there any connection between these two events? Well, yes. At one level, both events deal with relations with Latin America. But at a deeper level, both events occurred during the middle of a regime conflict. In the 1850s, the United States was in the middle of what Professor Forrest Neighbors characterized as a classical inter-regime conflict. That is, 2 antagonistic political, culture, ways of life contending for the supremacy in one polity. Today, we are also in the middle of an inter-regime conflict, what the late Angelo Codevilla called, quote, a cold civil war between those who fundamentally want to transform the nation and those who don't, between the blue and the red. Our understanding of American foreign policy should be viewed through this lens. The southern border of the United States is the soft underbelly of American security. The crisis on the southern border is unprecedented. It's the greatest assault on American national sovereignty in our history. It is the result of the deliberate policy of the transformers, those who want to transform our nation. About 1.5 illegal migrants have and are continuing to enter our country since January the 20th. According to the New York Times, they come from 160 countries. Excuse me. We don't know who they are or where they're settling. We do know that the Panamanian foreign minister stated that Panama caught 52 illegal migrants associated with Al-Qaeda en route to the United States. At this moment, new caravans are heading through the Darien Gap on their way north. According to the former director of ICE, Mexican cartels, quote, dictate everything. They determine who enters our country. Since January 20th, record amounts of the deadly drug fentanyl have entered the United States, multiplying cartel profits. Biden's agenda in Latin America is hyper-Wilsonian, green and woke. It embraces both climate and gender ideology. This guarantees a clash with the Mexican president, López Obrador, known as AMLO. The New York Times reported that AMLO told then-elected President-elect Biden, quote, regardless of any other consideration, Trump respects our sovereignty, unquote. AMLO's policy is energy independence for Mexico, with a left-wing populist emphasis on state-run oil, gas, and coal companies, and backtracking on Mexico's climate commitments. So trouble ahead, in other words, between Mexico and Biden. Guatemala is a case study in the collusion between the American and Latin American left. With the intense cold civil war between blue and red, between transformers and adherents to the traditional American way of life, it is clear that we do not live in a post-ideological age. Mary Anastasia O'Grady at the Wall Street Journal has revealed how Joe Biden is vice president and leading Democrats in Congress. Are we okay on this?
Yeah, we'll just leave it.
Particularly Nancy Pelosi, Representatives Congressman Jim McGovern, and Norma Torres from California, who was born in Guatemala. These folks for years have worked in tandem with the Guatemalan left. Now, O'Grady explains how the United Nations in 2010, with the support of the Obama administration, established a supranational judicial commission to prosecute corruption and organized criminal activities in Guatemala. Nevertheless, however, O'Grady reported the UN Commission has trampled civil liberties and acted in an arbitrary and partisan manner, criminalizing the policies of conservative Guatemala. This is sort of a super judiciary that's essentially been running the country for the past decade. In September this year, O'Grady at the Wall Street Journal charged that the Biden administration has returned to the Obama policy of, quote, imposing progressivism in Guatemala. She noted that Secretary of State Blinken is directly embroiled today in Guatemalan judicial infighting. And it's also significant that Vice President Kamala Harris praised Thelma Aldana, the corrupt former Attorney General and a leading leftist who fled Guatemala after a warrant was issued for her arrest. In 2018, Judicial Watch issued a 22-page report detailing the role of the Soros Foundation in supporting the transformationist project in Guatemala. Soros foundations, quote, have contributed millions of dollars to organizations that have destabilized Guatemalan society, threatened the ability of the elected president to govern, and targeted conservative politicians. In addition, the United States government, agencies such as NED, National Endowment for Democracy, the State Department, and AID, the Foreign Aid Bureau, they're all supporting today left-wing NGOs in Guatemala. But let's turn to geopolitics for a moment, the other besides ideology. Traditional geopolitical threats come from both nation states and transnational criminal organizations in Latin America. China is particularly active in Latin America economically, technologically, politically, militarily, and ideologically. If you exclude Mexico, more Latin American exports go to China than to the United States. In Brazil, Latin America's biggest economy, trade with China rose from $2 billion in 2000 to $100 billion today. Now, 19 countries in Latin America have signed on to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. Huawei, China's telecommunications company, is the leading competitor in upcoming 5G auctions in Chile, Brazil, and Mexico. In Panama, in the free trade zone in Colón, it's near the Panama Canal, Chinese companies dominate. China accounts for the largest share of imports there. It comes in the zone next to the Panama Canal, 40% of the total. Ideologically, China has the now 20 Confucian institutes in Latin America. And China has gained strategic military cooperation in Venezuela and Cuba through arms sales, military training, and technical military support. China has supported repressive surveillance technology to Guatemala. This has assisted Maduro to monitor the political behavior of the population. China has also been very active in Latin America during the COVID pandemic, providing vaccines and personal protective equipment. Iran today is in the process of establishing new cooperation agreement with Venezuela, signifying a new strategic relationship. The new leftist government in Bolivia has also reestablished relations with Iran. Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, has long been active drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, and money laundering in Latin America. As I mentioned, the Mexican cartels, who control the northern part of the border, have made a record-breaking $5 billion during the current illegal migration crisis. So what to do? Well, we should reject John Kerry's view that the Monroe Doctrine is obsolete and revitalize the Monroe Doctrine, take up the security challenge from both nation-states like China and transnational criminal organizations, and reject the hyper-Wilsonianism of the State Department, AID, and National Endowment for Democracy, and respect the democratic sovereignty of Latin American states, as Trump did with AMLO, basically making a deal. Well, I'm not going to bother you domestically, but you help us with this migration problem, remain in Mexico, and it worked out very well for a while. And most importantly, probably the most important thing is to broaden our conceptual framework. American conservatives should view Latin American policy, indeed all foreign policy, through a bifocal lens. That is a conceptual framework that includes both an awareness of both the traditional geopolitical threats, but also, importantly, the inter-regime conflict, the challenge between the transformers and the current administration, and those who believe in essentially the America that's existed and should exist in the future. And part of this transformation project is not, it includes several factors. It includes the administration, the current administration, and the previous one, the Obama administration, but also transnational progressive diplomats and lawyers at the UN and among the NGOs and among the so-called civil society organizations such as George Soros's Open Society Foundation. These groups are all part of the transformation project. They're all involved in this inter-regime conflict that's currently underway, the polarization in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Michael.
Okay, I'm just going to sit if
That's fine.
That's all right. I want to say something about the Monroe Doctrine that I don't think contradicts other interpretations of it. I would hope supplements people's understanding of it. An aspect of it that is perhaps forgotten or less appreciated than it needs to be, that has a direct relevance on today and on recent history. We remember that it's named for President James Monroe because it was given as part of one of his annual messages, but it was written by John Quincy Adams when he was Secretary of State. And it was written to be a living embodiment of the very famous Monsters to Destroy speech given on the floor of the House on July 4th, 1821. And one thing, and I'm not, like I say, I'm not ruling out all the other interpretations of the doctrine. I'm not ruling out the geopolitical implications, the questions of national interest. I'm just trying to cast light onto an aspect that people don't think about that much anymore. That one thing the doctrine was trying to do was split the difference or find a compromise between two poles in American politics, that foreign policy, that emerge almost immediately with the founding and that become a very heightened tension with the French Revolution, and that are now really on a full boil when Latin American colonies start rebelling and asserting independence against Spain and Portugal and other countries. And that division is this. It is to say, between two camps, we may roughly speaking, we may name those camps, roughly speaking, after Jefferson and Hamilton, right? The Jeffersonians, this is a very broad brush, but the Jeffersonians essentially say, we have declared our revolution on the basis of a universal principle, and we were a former colony. Therefore, aren't we obligated to support anti-colonial revolutions on the basis of our own principles? Wouldn't we be hypocrites if we didn't support it? And isn't it in our national interest to do so, to weaken these European empires? And on the other hand, you have Hamilton, who literally says at one point, if we declare such a policy to the world, we're essentially telling every monarchical government, every government that we don't think lives up to our principles, that we're at war with them. Which puts us basically, because we're talking about the 1790s and early 19th century here, that's the whole world, right? That means maybe we're not at war with the Dutch Republic and the Swiss cantons, but everybody else, you fall short, the United States is your enemy and we're coming for you. And he says that's insane, and we can't do that. So he recommends against this policy. But America has a kind of a guilty conscience about it, or at least its mind is divided. And this is a theoretical question at first, because even if a majority of American public opinion wanted to support the French revolutionaries, which a majority never did, it wouldn't have mattered, as Jefferson himself realized as president, that it didn't have the resources to do it. It was not a feasible prospect for the United States to get involved in the Napoleonic Wars and to support the revolutionary parties. The feasibility question, though, becomes a less simple or easy argument to use as a dodge when these revolutions start happening in Latin America, much closer to home, against much weaker governments, against a United States that's now a rising power, that has more power, and that pressure, shouldn't we get involved, becomes intense from certain quarters. And one thing the Monroe Doctrine attempts to do is, as I said, to try to split the difference in a principled way, right? And in a way that, according to its author, furthers the national interest. John mentioned Angelo Codevilla, who I knew for, 35 years, and he died earlier this year. just a little personal anecdote. He got sick in the summer, and I teach in these summer fellowship programs, and he was doing the foreign policy sections and couldn't do them, and asked if I would take his place and do them, since I was going to be at the fellowship anyway, just doing different sections. I said, sure. I know what readings I would have assigned, Angelo. I need yours. What did you assign them? And he sends me all kinds of pages of letters and documents and journal entries from JQA that I had never seen before. And I thought, all right, well, I better get hunkered down and do the reading. And I, spent all day, about 2 days really, reading these things, the amazing fonts of wisdom. And Angelo always liked to say, if you really want to understand American foreign policy, if you want to learn what the true principles are and apply them to a bunch of test cases, the main thing you read is John Quincy Adams' diaries. The unfortunate part is there's 14 volumes. So strap in, it's going to be a long ride. I didn't read all 14 volumes. What I did read, he was right, had a lot of wisdom in it. So here's the sort of subtlety of what they're trying to do. They say, just like the Monsters That Destroy speech, if you're fighting for your liberty, we offer you moral support. That is to say, we're on your side. Don't expect shipments of guns or the U.S. Marines, but, a few fist pumps and back pats and congratulatory statements, absolutely. Should you achieve your independence, we will establish diplomatic relations and commercial ties to the extent that your government is friendly and it's in U.S. interests. So we're not going to egg these things on. We're not going to materially support them, but we're not going to be indifferent to them if and as they happen. And to try to accommodate or see the wisdom in a practical way, Hamilton's comment that we don't want to be at war with the whole world, it says to the Europeans, that your message to the Europeans from this same policy is, we're not going to go fomenting revolution in your colonies throughout the Western Hemisphere. Don't consider us an enemy in that respect. But think about what, for instance, the USSR did throughout the Cold War, which is foment as much as possible and materially support communist revolution to destabilize whole parts of the world. It says we're not going to do that. However, should one of your colonies successfully achieve independence, we will prevent you from coming back and trying to get it back. And will absolutely prevent you from trying to establish a new colony in this territory. You can keep what you have, but it's a declining asset, diminishing return. Maybe you can, perhaps you can keep these things forever, although the doctrine is silent on this question. If you read JQA's private thoughts, he thinks that he's clear in his own mind that this will be a declining asset, that over time these European colonies will assert independence. European power on the North American continent will decline, and that's good for the USA. And that, if we want to say, is one of the main geostrategic points of the Monroe Doctrine. So if you actually read the doctrine itself, submitted in writing to Congress as an annual message, the low Bismarckian geopolitical stuff is not there. Only the high-minded language about liberty is there. But the thinking behind it is, this works in our long-term advantage to reduce, over time, the power of European empires in the North American continent, which are the greatest, and at that time, greatest threat to American security, is these resurgent European empires with still, at the time, vastly more money, vastly greater armies, vastly greater resources, mostly not marshaled in North America, but potentially could be marshaled in North America. They're worried about that, and they want to see that trend line go down. So we may fast forward. Oh, I want to add one thing, though. This is important. Teddy Roosevelt adds the so-called Roosevelt Corollary, and I forget the year, I think it's 1904, to the doctrine. I think it's 04, the year before the settlement of the Russo-Japanese War. And this is a kind of a breach in the door. That is to say, based on capital P progressive ideas, and remember, we're now only 6 years past the Spanish-American War, America's really first imperial war, where it takes on imperial possessions that it then administers as an imperial master. Highly populated, not developed in our sense, but populated countries with developed institutions. Not economically or industrial in our sense, but developed in the sense of this is not empty land that can go be settled. These are territories with foreign peoples that have to be administered. And that's justified on the grounds of American superiority in political organization that can aid these countries in reaching a level of political development and sophistication that they couldn't otherwise reach. And the idea behind the original progressivism was always this will be temporary. We won't be doing this forever because we can get, with our help, these countries can get to a level where they don't need our help anymore, our paternalistic guidance anymore. So this is only about 6 years after that Roosevelt adds the corollary, which is vague and offers a lot of running room, or, to pick your analogy, the fabled hole so large you can drive a truck through it. Or he says, well, if conditions are bad enough, whether from a domestic point of view in the country in question or possible threat projection against the United States, then we reserve the right to go in there and meddle, he doesn't say meddle, but in our own interests. Something the original doctrine in John Quincy Adams disdained explicitly, right? And this becomes the basis of all kinds of 20th century interventions in Latin America, the so-called Roosevelt corollary. And could be, you could argue, could be used today to justify all kinds of interventions, not merely in Latin America, but around the world. I'll mention maybe one other historical fact and then try to tie this to today, and then I'll be done, right? Which is to say, the activities of the Reagan administration in Latin America in the 1980s were justified not on the basis of the Roosevelt corollary, but on the basis of the original Monroe Doctrine. That is to say, they viewed the USSR gun running, finance activities, sending of advisors, espionage, political manipulation, and so on throughout Latin America as fundamentally a violation of the Monroe Doctrine, an explicit violation. This is a foreign power, even a European power, Russia west of the Urals certainly, intervening in the Western Hemisphere in ways guaranteed, and in fact not merely guaranteed, but designed to threaten US security. And the response of the Reagan administration was the so-called Reagan Doctrine. I think it was Charles Krauthammer. I know that's not probably a particularly popular name in this room, but he should get credit for having coined this phrase. He coined the phrase the Reagan Doctrine, which was the use of U.S. resources. That is to say, we would supply weapons, we would supply money, we would train officers in not merely in sovereign states to resist communist aggression, but even insurgency forces fighting a sovereign state, if that state was, in U.S. eyes, illegitimate in the sense that it only came to be as a result of communist subversion and could only sustain itself with communist or Soviet resources. Okay, so I think John actually touched on a lot of why this is all still relevant today, in that the Monroe Doctrine makes it very plain that our stance ought to be non-interventionism, except where security is directly threatened, right? If you strip out the Roosevelt corollary, intervention for the sake of do-goodism, the NGO type stuff, of, well, we're going to help make your society better. We're going to build schools for girls and all the kinds of things that we do or try to do or fail to do around the world is illegitimate under the original understanding. But if there's direct threats to U.S. security, whether that's terrorist infiltration, whether that's cartels running the border, whether that's drug gangs crossing the border with impunity and operating in American communities, all of these things would justify U.S. intervention. What I think is still not justified under the original understanding, and is something that we have done more in the past 20 years in the Middle East and in Latin America, but that we never lose the temptation. Well, by we I mean essentially the national security bureaucracy and its adjuncts in the various think tanks and foreign policy schools around town. What they never lose its appetite for doing is the kind of capital P progressive meddling. And one important role of the opposition, hopefully centered in the Republican Party, but one would like to see some of it centered in the Democratic Party. And in fact, if you don't have to go back too far, only a few decades, to find examples of the Democrats actually taking principled stances against this kind of thing. Nowadays, they don't really. That appetite is still there. And I will end on a uncharacteristically for me kind of hopeful note that I think, as I said this to a small group last night, I think the experience of failure of the last 20 years, I mean, it hasn't, if you're in the national security bureaucracy and steeped in and grew up in these ideas, you're never going to give up on them easily, and you're probably never going to give up on them at all. But there will come a point when even you can read public opinion and realize that the appetite just isn't really there anymore. And I need to lay low for a while and see if things turn around and the American people decide to get excited about this once again. But for now, ixnay on the intervention A. Keep it on the down low. Let's not talk about it too much. We're in that phase. It's a good phase to be in for those of us who want to see U.S. foreign policy kind of scale back and concentrate on things that matter most for our security. I think we ought to be trying to think about more ways to take advantage of this turn in public opinion, and more ways to try to prevent that from turning back, because I guarantee you the blob, or whatever you want to call it, hasn't given up. They're just waiting. They're waiting for another window, another hole to drive that truck through. And we need to not be complacent about that.
Thank you, Michael. John.
Thanks, and thanks everyone for being here today. Mic working?
Yeah.
Just to build on Michael's comments, I really like the way you put that about the Monroe Doctrine, that it is sort of it's a synthesis of both a you say philosophical or domestic regime consideration and geopolitical consideration, which is, as someone who's instinctually non-interventionist, how do you justify this doctrine of threatening to prevent other states from intervening or engaging or preventing other, taking a stance in, intervening in other countries' foreign policy, and the motivation, as you said, wasn't just realpolitik. It also had a regime dimension, which was in 1821, when the doctrine was promulgated, the Congress of Vienna system was getting on its feet. The post-Napoleonic order in Europe was consolidating, and the first thing that the sort of old regimes that had been put back in power wanted to do was reassert themselves in their colonies. And it was that potential for a break that motivated the Monroe Doctrine, which was all about, as you said, not just preventing European states from having a foothold in the United States, but also cultivating, not enforcing, not meddling, not building ourselves, but cultivating and creating an environment for a regional order that was conducive to the interests of the United States. Now, the problem, our topic is Central and South America as a security issue. The problem was that the Monroe Doctrine worked too well, right? Latin America and the Americas in general have been the most democratic region in the world for a very long time. Latin America in particular has been the most peaceful region in world history, the most peaceful continent in world history. There's this notion that war is the health of the state. Well, largely because of the kind of umbrella provided by the United States or enforced by the United States. The states of Central and South America are incredibly weak, at least weak relative to the quality of life they have managed to create for their people. And that now has become, as John said, a kind of soft underbelly for the United States. The problem is that because this is an issue of state weakness and not of a kind of ideological threat in most cases, the United States and our security organs have not taken this seriously. And they have not taken it seriously for a very long time, and we prioritized creating and enforcing a liberal international order far, far away from our shores in ways that will be incredibly detrimental over the next 50 years. I had a good friend of mine who works in Latin American policy, and he told me, I asked him in the morning of the abortive Juan Guaido, coup event, whatever that was, orchestrated, I guess, by John Bolton a few years ago. He said, based on briefings that he'd been to, that the American people would be shocked if they realized how poor the human intelligence situation was in Central and South America. That for 20 years after 9/11, there had been utter neglect of intelligence and security issues in Central and South America for essential bureaucratic politics reasons, right? You have this exciting new mission, you have lots of new funding, so people are attracted to that area, resources are attracted to that area, and other areas like Central and South America are neglected. Now, as Michael knows, I have a slightly different interpretation of the Roosevelt Corollary. Leaving aside its uses for progressive politics and Wilsonianism, I think there is a geopolitical angle to that as well, and one I think that is highly suggestive of the problems that we as a country need to address today in our policy towards Latin America, which is this. Under the Monroe Doctrine, the United States has quite successfully enforced this sort of political fencing off of Central and South America, right? You didn't have the establishment of colonies. There was declining political influence in Central and South America, especially after the Civil War. However, that did not extend to commerce and economics. Quite rightly, we had a policy of free commerce in this country, which we more or less pursued. But the challenge was, by the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, the economic and especially financial ties in Central South America with Europe had gone so strong that it was becoming a security issue again, right? Banks in London and Paris were lending exorbitant amounts of money to industrial concerns and resource exploitation in Latin America. Due in part to that state weakness I already mentioned, there were issues were arising. There were temptations towards nationalization. There were problems of repayment and default. And European states were increasingly threatening to intervene militarily in Latin America. And so the Roosevelt Corollary from this perspective is a kind of enforcement of what was then understood under kind of international law as the rights of property. So the United States would act to enforce this international legal regime of property in Central and South America as a way, in part, of fending off European creditors from doing so, which, of course, had been the late 19th century mode of imperialism, right? If you look at how European states acquired North African colonies, it was through this kind of economic imperialism. That's very similar to the situation that we now have again today in Central and South America, where there are substantial amounts of Chinese investment, which are politically determinative in Central South America, investment in ways that extend beyond China's economic concerns that amount to both political influence in Central and South America and even essentially tipping the scales of regime change, right? I don't think you can look at Chinese investments in Latin American media, in Latin American telecommunications infrastructure, and not believe that there is a severely political dimension to this. So I think we need to take this issue seriously again. I think we also have significant tools that we could use. As you said, besides interventionism, besides Wilsonianism, we can make much more robust use of the Inter-American Development Bank or other bilateral means of encouraging by carrots and sticks states to or fending off these kind of infrastructural challenges to American security. I do think, to return to John's comments a bit, on the theme of state weakness, again, Mexico and the problem in Mexico deserves much more attention than it has received in American foreign policy. The Mexican state is incredibly weak, and weaker relative to organized crime and the cartels than it has ever been. Increasingly, Mexican politics is characterized by accommodationism with the cartels. And this is a significant security interest for the United States. And what we need to prepare to address, because unfortunately, despite our best efforts, and maybe not our best efforts if you look at what USAID has been up to, state weakness isn't going anywhere in Latin America. While I do believe we could have an active policy promoting state capacity in Latin America, that's a long-run bet. And climate change, whatever else its effects might be, is going to continue to worsen state capacity and increase migration, political and economic migration out of Latin America. And unfortunately, it couldn't be coming at a worse time for our domestic political situation. It's really astounding to see how polarized the conversation on migration has become at a time when migration patterns are changing greatly and where we can only look at increasing migration into this country over the next 20 years. And so I guess my main counsel would be we need to take it seriously as a matter, as an institutional matter. We have almost no military capacity to actually deal with anything on our southern border. We haven't invested in it at all. We have surprisingly little intelligence or even diplomatic capacity. And I would begin by refocusing those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think one thing that stands out to me in all these conversations around the Monroe Doctrine and its various corollaries is the implication or suggestion, potential there, that what is true of the rest of the world is different for the Western Hemisphere because it's in our backyard, that the rules are different, or what is prudential here is different than would be prudential abroad. Is that still true in a globalized world? And to what degree does increasing multipolarity implied in the very title of this conference change our understanding of globalization, specifically as it relates to the Western Hemisphere as our backyard? Any of you, would you like to say anything about that?
I doubt this would happen. Maybe this is naivete on my part, but if the Chinese were to try to do something like what the Russians tried to do in '62, let's say it wasn't even nuclear missiles, which is the problem with that. The missiles wasn't that they were missiles or nukes. I mean, the Russians had lots of nukes. It was the proximity and the short flight time. So, spitballing here, the Chinese have now got a lot of presence in Greenland. What if they started building air bases there specifically for fighter escort, right? Because anybody advanced state could fly a long-range bomber around the world. It's not very difficult to do if you're a rich state and you can build a plane big enough, high enough fuel capacity. But those planes are lumbering and slow and vulnerable to air defenses in the home country. Well, what if the Chinese just started? Well, they gave it some cover, like, this is our version of a FedEx competitor, but the Pentagon looks at it and says, you could actually, this would be a pretty good fighter cover base for when the bombers come over and they pick them up, and now all of a sudden, American air defense system has to deal with that. I'm making this up, but that's the kind of thing that the Monroe Doctrine initially, no one's thinking about airplanes in 1823, but that it's been used to justify in the past is that you will not do anything like that in the Western Hemisphere because that's a direct threat to our security. Now, my own view, my own read of China is that that's, they're, in this sense, they're wiser than we are. Like, we sort of go and deliberately poke Russia and start scratching our chins and wondering about missile, or various bases in Estonia and Ukraine, and the Russians freak out. We go, what are you getting mad about, right? The Chinese are smart enough to know if we tried to do that to them, they'd lose it, and they probably won't. So the actual challenges that we would have to deal with then are going to be a lot subtler and more gray, and it just brings up all of these prudential, circumstantial questions that are, unfortunately, leadership right now is not particularly adept at dealing with, which is to say, does this cross a certain line or doesn't it? And can we tolerate this? And if we can't, do we object to it in a table-pounding, forceful way, or do we object to it in a subtle way and find ways to undermine the policy that they're doing without yelling and screaming about it and without, drawing a red line that puts everybody in a kind of confrontational stance? Those are the kinds of issues that we're going to have to be dealing with and that we're not, unfortunately, very good at dealing with.
John, did you want to add anything or respond to something they said?
Well, I'm just thinking, this conference started about 8 o'clock. Since we've been sitting here today, there's a couple hundred people have crossed the Rio Grande. I mean, this is continuing almost at every moment. This is 1.5 million, perhaps up to 2 million people entering this year. This is an absolute major catastrophe for American interests. It certainly is at the heart of thinking about the Monroe Doctrine, because the vast majority of people now are extra, and they're not from our hemisphere. I mean, originally it was Central Americans and Haitians, but they're coming now from, we heard an Afghanistan panel, they're coming from there, from Kazakhstan. People are coming from China. They're paying a lot more to the cartels if they're coming from China, but they're coming from there. So this is, why is this happening? It's happening because of a basic administration policy.
Yeah.
Is permitting this. We use the term we. Who's we? I mean, there are two we's now. There's a red we and a blue we. That's why I started my talk with the Ostend Manifesto of 1854, because if you remember what that was, it was three American ambassadors of Southern sympathies. One was Pierre Soleil of Louisiana, so he was a Southerner, but James Buchanan, later President of the United States, was a doughface, a Northerner with Southern sympathies. And they said we have to take Cuba for the purpose of adding, of course, another slave state, or maybe 5, cutting it up into a couple slave states, and really changing the United States. I mean, the Ostend Manifesto was a project of what Professor Neighbors in his book, From Oligarchy to Republicanism, calls the revolutionary oligarchy of the South, where they created their own nation. They wanted to dominate the United States, and it was a change of political formation, really, from a republic to sort of an oligarchy and a slavocracy, as Lincoln called it. So they were transformers. I mean, that was a transformative inter-regime struggle, and we're in a similar situation today, except now it's the administration and this whole network that I talked about, whether it's Soros and the NGOs, they're talking about all the time, every day you hear something about the fundamental transformation. The most common word, I think Brian York had a column the other day, he went through all the references to the use of the term transformation. It's all about transformation. So I think we've got to stop, I mean the American, this is a product of the American Conservative magazine. So presumably we're American conservatives. That's the we. It's different from the other we. So I think we have to, when we think of Latin America, or even foreign policy in general, we have to add this sort of new ideological dimension. It's different from the ideological dimension against communism. It's progressivism. I mean, when NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, talks about spreading democracy, read their documents, read Democracy Digest. They're talking about progressivism. They're not talking about what we understand as sort of traditional liberal democracy. They're talking about the spread of progressivism. So my argument basically is let's expand our conceptual framework to include this red-blue inter-regime new ideological conflict, which has a direct bearing on everything in foreign policy, particularly with Latin America and the Monroe Doctrine.
But what can we do as conservatives to check the interference of the transformers in, say, Central and South American elections, right? There are upcoming elections, and I'm sure Soros and the State Department and USAID and NED are all deeply involved in making sure that things go a certain way. How do we counteract that?
Right. Well, I think actually, I'm getting back to the previous administration, they had a fairly successful way of dealing with Lopez Obrador was a left-wing nationalist. He was attacking, Trump is attacking, saying he's attacking Mexicans in his inaugural, his announcement speech. He's a bad guy, and so, and then they met, and Trump said, look, I'm not going to interfere in your country. I'm not going to bug you about climate change or anything like that. You were elected. You have a 6-year term. That's fair enough. You want coal companies, you want gas companies, that's fine. But we do need help on the border. And we can't it's not in our interest to have hundreds of thousands of people pouring over the border. You help us thus, and so it worked. And I think he tried something similar with Bolsonaro in Brazil, maybe not as much. But so it was, and the principle there was sovereignty. So the practice was transactional, as people say, but that worked. Mm-hmm. But if you want an overarching principle, it's democratic sovereignty. A democratic state like Mexico, yes, they have problems. They've got half of the country is run by the cartels. So, AMLO is struggling for sovereignty against both traditionally the colossus of the North. I mean, Mexico's always been too close to the United States for their own defense of their own sovereignty. And the cartels. So he's got a sort of a two-front sovereign war, and we should help some of these. I think as Trump did, that was one very effective way of dealing with this.
John, do you want to add?
Yeah, two quick things. You asked about globalization, and I think in terms of globalized security threats, I think the one we can almost dismiss out of hand is the military dimension. I mean, in a world of hypersonic missiles and SLBMs, there really isn't that much that it just isn't that substantial, I think, in great power competition in terms of conventional military force. However, two other kinds of threats. The first is infrastructural, both in terms of the actual direct political and economic influence it provides, as well as surveillance capability of Chinese telecommunications infrastructure, as well as port infrastructure, right? The dirty secret is that from under international law, it's almost impossible to obstruct naval movement. Free naval movement, right? It's allowed under international law. The main thing that keeps it, keeps the Western Hemisphere on almost exclusively American zone. Occasionally, you have like some junky Russian naval ship that stretches to its very limit to make its way to Venezuela or something. Is both naval capacity building and port infrastructure. Well, the Chinese are building Blue Water Navy, and they're also financing a lot of port infrastructure in Latin America and South America. As soon as they put those two things together, they're going to start doing presence patrols in the Western Hemisphere. The only way to stop it is at the level of infrastructure. The other thing which we're not taking seriously enough are what some people call hybrid threats or unconventional threats. In the last 6-7 years, it's become increasingly evident to people who want to think about this that states are learning how to weaponize migration. The Turks have used it very successfully as a political tool. The Syrians have. The Belarusians now have.
Right.
And this is a huge just gaping hole in American security, right? It does not take very much. I mean, evidently, a misspoken word or a badly written policy announced in the United States has led to waves of migration, right? That's even without any state effort to encourage it. And you put that together with the weakness of the Mexican state against the cartels, who I'm sure could be bought off at a reasonable price. And you're looking at, migration, political crisis as a service, basically, right? Like a migration crisis on demand. So it's only a matter of time before our enemies figure this out.
Look, often when you ask what to do, the what is often not that big a problem. It's not hard to think of ways to solve certain problems. It's hard to think of how you're going to implement that. So John's talked a lot about the border. Somebody tell me, one of you two, or somebody in the audience, tell me why I'm wrong, that it would not be a difficult matter for a country with the size, wealth, power, technological sophistication of the United States to secure that border if it wanted to. But in order to do that, you have to convince all the people in power that it's the right thing to do, or you have to find a way to fire them and weed them out and replace them with people who want to do it. So it's the how. I can make I do. My job is essentially to teach, part one, and part two is to make these arguments. I make them constantly. Who have I convinced? Nobody pulling a lever of power, I can tell you that. And as for firing people, we can all go back and as we should, recriminate amongst ourselves about the Trump administration finally getting a personnel department that was worth its salt in the year 4 of 4. But even had they started in year 1, fighting against, and everything would have gone, don't get me wrong, they should have started in year 1, everything would have gone better had they started in year 1, had they gotten rid of more people, had they hired more people whom they should have hired, had they not hired people who they shouldn't have hired, it all would have gone better. And we would be in a better position right now. But we wouldn't be in any kind of perfect position because the power, influence, and sort of the staying power of these elements is so strong. So you can either change their minds or weed them out, and both of those things is like saying to a guy who's never picked up a weight, okay, go bench press 500 pounds. If you do that, that's the what to do. Well, it can take me a while to work up to that, if I ever can. The how is the kicker.
Well, you talk about the border security. It's no mystery. In 1996, Operation Linebacker, Clinton essentially secured the border. Sylvester Reyes was the head of the Immigration Naturalization Service. He had some overtime pay. He just created a human wall along the border, and the border was secure. And then later, that was 1996. It was secure, obviously, after 9/11. It was secure a couple times the last 2 years of the Trump administration, and then at various times in Obama. So whenever they want to do it, they can do it. Simply enough resources on the border. Yeah. It's not a mystery. It's happened many different times.
And you could make it more permanent so that you don't have to rely on these stopgaps. You build a wall and you do the things that Trump wanted to do. That's not beyond America's capacity. In fact,
so you're talking about weaponization.
It's well within America's capacity. But I'd say two things. John said it's deliberate policy to keep it open. I think that's definitely true. There's another problem that we have to face, which is a kind of spiritual problem that's hard to argue against. And we see this in Europe too. There's a vast number of the population, and I don't know what that percentage is, but it's not small. So it could be 40, it could be 60, who think just from a moral, historical perspective, they don't have the right to tell people who live in a country that's poorer or in any way worse than their country to say you can't come here. They don't think that they can. So you would have this problem even when you elect somebody like Trump who wants to build a wall and secure the border, you're still going to get some number that amounts to 100 million or more people saying, this is just morally wrong and I can't countenance this in a country I live in, and will fight it. Because they think, no, if you have it worse than I do and I have it good and you want to come here, I'm obligated by some iron moral law of the cosmos to let you in. How do you defeat that? I think that's one of the dumbest, most easily refutable, transparently stupid ideas I've ever heard in my life. The amount of people who passionately believe it and can't be talked out of it is staggering.
I guess it's the consent principle. People come here without the consent of the people in this country, or with the consent. Normal immigration policy would be with the consent. and just mass illegal migration is without the consent of the people. So it's a total violation of American constitutional principles.
Ironclad logic, and yet there's at least 100 million people in America who say that's absolutely wrong. And it's not even that they logically think it's wrong, it's that they feel it at some kind of moral gut level that it's wrong, and they can't even hear the argument. They just get indignant when it's stated.
We want to keep the day moving, so we have time for one audience question. So I guess it's a race. You can run up to the microphone right there.
Thank you. A very interesting discussion, and congratulate the points on the. Just one comment on the border, and then another final comment.
Question rather than comment, please.
Okay. Question. Why do we need to frame this very important discussion about keeping criminality and illegal migration away from our border? I speak as a conservative and as an amateur historian. Why do we need to frame it in the context of the Monroe Doctrine? It's only us on the right who look back, and I believe in our traditions and so forth, but it is largely, and we have academicians here, it's an academic question. I think the real question is, and it's also in the title, protecting security of the United States, criminality, illegal migration, what our forefathers, our framers wrote about how this works was long gone. Really, I mean, President Reagan did not intervene in Central America with only maybe an afterthought about the Monroe Doctrine. I think we probably handicap ourselves in dealing with this criminality when we frame the question that way. Thank you.
I would say it's leaving it, if you don't use it, it's just leaving a useful tool on the ground, and why would you do that? It's 200 years old, almost. It's a doctrine that has been, historically well understood and what's well supported by the American people, so it gives you an appeal to history, it gives you an appeal to principle. Yeah, you don't necessarily need it. All the other arguments about security and stuff make sense, but if this 200-year-old thing works in your favor in this context, why would you forego appealing to it?
Let me make one historical note on this too. And in Angelo Codavilla's, he has a book coming out on, I read part of the draft, coming out on the foreign policy of John Quincy Adams. And he makes an interesting point. He says that Adams wasn't so much interested in the Holy Alliance, the Tsar of Russia and the autocratic powers of Europe coming back and seizing Latin America. What he was really worried about was the British taking Cuba. And so there's a lot of academic, particularly on the progressive academic left, says, well, the Monroe Doctrine was really enforced by British Navy, which is, partly true, but it was in British interest. But of course, Monroe definitely said he did not want to co-sign it with Britain. This was American action and unilateralism. This is one thing that Codavilla emphasized in his book. Adams favored unilateralism and American, and he was also worried about British interests and the British possible seizure of Cuba.
John, last word.
Well, I'm not sure I understood the question about whether we're somehow handicapped by focusing on the kind of criminality dimension. I do think that the arguments to which the left has simply no response are about criminal activity on the border, the cartels, fentanyl, methamphetamine smuggling, people smuggling. There are serious humanitarian questions about how we treat, people who are just looking for a better life. But there really isn't a question about all this unbelievable violence and criminal activity. And so I think that's the easiest place to hit them.
Please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists.
There's so many things to which they have no answer that they're perfectly content to say, I don't know. Almost everything. That's right. That is actually right. And I think that's a problem. Yeah, you will too. That's right. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I just don't want to risk, cutting something off here. Good.
This way or that way. Great. Okay, thank you. Absolutely.
Well, if we want American
All right, if everyone could make their way to their seats, it is time for our keynote address. So I have the honor today of introducing our keynote speaker, Joe Kent. Joe is one of the rising stars on the American right, and I think that's in no small part due to his strong views on foreign policy. Joe has been a loud critic of the bipartisan establishment on foreign policy. He has spoken out against our endless wars and our attempts to remake the world and export democracy. And this is because Joe's lived it. He's seen this firsthand and seen the results of these failed decisions. Joe spent 20 years in the Army Special Operations Forces. He deployed many times, and after that, served in the CIA as a paramilitary operations officer. He left the CIA after his wife was tragically killed in Syria in action, 1 month after President Trump announced a withdrawal from that country. So Joe has seen this all firsthand, and we are honored today to have him here. He is a congressional candidate in Washington State, so we are honored that he has taken time out of his busy schedule to be with us at the American Conservative and at Catholic University. Please join me in welcoming Joe Kent.
Well, good morning, and thank you all so much for being out here. I think this is a incredibly important conference, and I think it's really important that we're having this discussion right now about the future of foreign policy for the Republican movement and for the conservative movement. There still seems to be some argument on the right if we should be the party of peace through strength and restraint, as President Trump put into action during his tenure, or if we should go back to the failed nation-building, endless war, regime change doctrine that we had been stuck in under the Bush administration. So today I'm coming here to advocate for a more restrained, peace through strength foreign policy for one simple reason: it works. So in order to ensure peace at home, we need to be able to project power abroad. When we produce what we need here, when our borders are secure, we do not need things from the world. We do not need to go seeking out to build nations in our image, to export democracy, to build up foreign armies. We have what we need, and we are strong at home. The reason why I've become such a strong advocate for peace through strength and for a more restrained foreign policy is because, as he said in the introduction, I lived through a good deal of this. And I wish, as a soldier who spent the vast majority of my adult life either deployed overseas fighting in wars or training for wars, I wish I could come before you today and say that the wars that I fought in led to some great victory, as our grandfathers could. As a veteran, I wish that I could say that the lives of so many of my brothers and sisters who lost their lives, I wish I could say that their sacrifice led us to some new world of peace that we can pass on to our children. As a Gold Star husband, I wish I could look my children in the eyes and say that their mother, my late wife, gave her life for something that resulted in something tangible for us here, for some peace for us here, or maybe even for some peace and stability in the land that she died for. But that's simply not the truth. The simple fact is, the reason why I volunteered to go fight for this country and stayed in the fight for as long as I did, the reason why my late wife gave her life, and why so many veterans, the fallen that we have in Section 60 in Arlington, the reason why they went off and they fought is because they believed in America. They believed in our strength. They believed in our flag and securing our people in our land. After 9/11, the vast majority of them left their lives and went and deployed because they saw the attacks of 9/11 and what that did to our country. And I think if we don't have young men and young women that will stand up and answer our nation's call, we simply don't have a country anymore. But that puts the onus right back on us as decision makers, as policy makers, as politicians, and as citizens to ensure that if we're going to deploy forces to go off and to go fight, that they're over there for the right reasons, for a well-defined, clearly stated national security interest with a well-defined end state. Now, how do we get there? How do we do that? I think really to fully assess that, we have to be honest about what happened in the post-9/11 wars. We have to take a very critical look at them, understand why we failed, where we failed, how we failed, and who are the folks that stood to gain from these wars, and we have to have accountability. We can't just move on. We can't just say, well, we got that wrong and hope we get it right the next time and then find ourselves in the exact same trap. Because unfortunately, there's still many people on the right, and you hear them all the time, that say, hey, we need to be looking for a new counterterrorism partner in Afghanistan. We need to stay in Iraq. We need to stay in Syria. It's going to be a crisis just like it was in Afghanistan if we try and get out of those iterations of our endless wars. And boy, what are the Russians doing in Ukraine? Should we deploy some troops up there? We're still having these fights. And so what I think we need to do is really assess what we got wrong. After we were attacked in 9/11, the whole country gave George Bush a mandate to go out and crush the al-Qaeda operatives that attacked us on that day. And that was justified. We had been attacked. We needed to strike back. We had let al-Qaeda fester for more than a decade. Bin Laden declared war on the United States, attacked 2 of our embassies, attacked the USS Cole, and we let that fester because we figured that that was not going to be a threat to us until it actually blew up in our face. So after 9/11, we had to go out and we had to crush al-Qaeda, we had to crush the Taliban that harbored them. We did that in very short order. The Special Operations Forces and the CIA guys that deployed with the help of U.S. Air Power put the Taliban on the run and put al-Qaeda on the run in short order. But within a month, within a couple months, we chased bin Laden to the Pakistani border. Bin Laden and Zawahiri, who's alive to this day and running al-Qaeda, they escaped into Pakistan. At that moment, the Bush administration changed their minds. They said they wanted to do a nation-building exercise. They said Bush said by the spring of '02 that he viewed Afghanistan as the ultimate nation-building exercise. The war drums were already being beaten to get us to war in Iraq. The Pentagon had war plans already drawn up. We had been postured to go against Saddam Hussein since 1991. And now the advocates for the Iraq war were starting to say, hey, there was these linkages between Saddam and weapons of mass destruction, Saddam and al-Qaeda. And unfortunately, the policymakers drove that intelligence cycle. The intelligence community, the Department of Defense, they knew exactly what Bush wanted to hear. They saw that the money was flowing for the war in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, up to that point, from the DoD's perspective, they had largely been left out. Special operations, limited airstrikes, and intelligence, that is not a boom for the military-industrial complex. That is not a boom for the Department of Defense at large. So what they needed was they needed a very large war. And Iraq gave them the potential to go and fight a combined arms maneuver war that they had been training for really since 1991. The problem is in 1991, we had a clearly defined end state. We went in, we stopped Saddam's advance into Kuwait, and then we quickly withdrew. Unfortunately, Americans thought that all war would be clean cut like that it would be just us displaying our technological power over our enemy. They didn't realize that staying in these long occupation wars of regime change and nation building would cost us so much. Throughout the entire post 9/11 era, right after we started nation building in Afghanistan and then launched our war in Iraq, there was no clear defined end state. We were going to be in both countries indefinitely until we built something that looked like a Western democracy and a Western military. At no point did we say, hey, this was when we're going to actually get out of here. In 2011, we did that in Iraq, despite the efforts of, I would say, the vast majority of the folks on the right at the time. The only reason we did that is because we failed to negotiate a status of forces agreement, and Obama didn't have the original sin of the Iraq war vote on his record. We pulled out of there. The problem is, because we did not plan our occupation of Iraq, we allowed the Iranians to take over the Iraqi government. From there, ISIS and al-Qaeda in Iraq became the only means of recourse that the Sunnis basically between Baghdad and Damascus had. So we essentially forced that by letting the genie out of the bottle and removing Saddam Hussein. It was just a matter of time before ISIS sprouted back up. It'll be just a matter of time before ISIS sprouts back up again. We really can't control that, but what we can control is how we react to it. I think the last 20 years or so last 20 years of U.S. foreign policy came unraveling in August when we withdrew from Afghanistan under much humiliation and much more additional unnecessary and tragic bloodshed. Between that and the current crisis we're facing here with our economy, I think many Americans who aren't buried in national security 24/7 or in politics 24/7, they've been left to wonder, how did we get here? How did we get so weak abroad? How come our economy is in shambles right now? And I think the answers can be found in hubris and in greed. Following the Cold War, we did a very foolish thing. We separated our economy from our national security. And that was incredibly foolish because we had just defeated the Soviet Union essentially because the Soviet Union couldn't keep up with the strength of our economy. But in all of our hubris, we figured that we would never face a challenge like that again. The Chinese Communist Party was watching us, and they were astutely assessing our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses. And the Chinese, they knew they couldn't take us on in a head-to-head economic competition. They knew they couldn't take us on in a head-to-head military competition. So they made us an offer. They said, hey, we will become the producers. You guys can outsource all your manufacturing over here. That will give you access to cheaper goods. And our elite on both sides of the aisles took that offer, and we started hollowing out our economy here. Our manufacturing base was shipped overseas. The new global on-demand economy was the wave of the future. We were told that Americans had moved past having to do manual labor, manufacturing jobs. As we all know, this has had catastrophic effects on our rural communities, on our small towns, on our working class, and on the American family. But our elites didn't care, the Beltway didn't care, Wall Street didn't care. It was a good deal for the winners of the economy. So the Chinese Communist Party quickly gathered up and was able to take control of the global supply lines. At the same time, the terrorists, non-state actors, Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, and the Iranians, they were watching, they were exploiting the gaps. Iran has been at war with us since 1979, and the first time, and they've killed thousands of Americans between the Straits of Beirut and between the Straits of Baghdad. And we did absolutely nothing about that because we didn't know how to handle this asymmetric threat. That wasn't until President Trump came on the scene and killed Qasem Soleimani after Iran crossed a red line with us. Al-Qaeda and Iran are great case studies in not letting threats fester. So far too often in this discussion of what's our foreign policy going to be, we get stuck with binary choices. There's one side that says we have to be involved everywhere, we have to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. That tired old line, that fear-mongering that keeps us in a cycle of perpetual war, perpetual occupation. Or there's the isolationists that say that, hey, we can't do any of this. I think that both of those are failed conventional thinking. We do have a multitude of options, but all those options start with building up our economy as strong as we can here and strengthening our nation. Right now, if you look at what's tearing our country apart, it's economic and it's cultural. The economy is being torn apart by the Chinese Communist Party. We have our elites at every single level, from the Beltway to Wall Street, BlackRock, what they're doing to the economy, what all the major manufacturers are doing. They have sold us down the river. The elites are the ones that have benefited from that. The Chinese know that. They have control of our supply lines. The Chinese are also working with big tech to continue to drive our country apart. Americans don't believe in the institutions anymore, so we have a massive moral crisis of our own conscience. But we also have a major crisis where we don't know how to project power anymore. In order to be able to project power, we have to have a strong military, but we must use our military strengths and not play to our adversary's strengths. Every time we get involved in the Middle East, we get involved someplace where a smaller, weaker force can reach out and touch us, we do them a favor. We do ourselves a disservice by putting our troops in harm's way in Iraq and Afghanistan, because then pretty much any bad actor can hire proxies, because that's the economy there. It's an economy of young military-aged men that can be paid to go and conduct attacks against us. We give them every opportunity to do just that by getting close to them in these areas, and we take away our strength of being able to project power. We can still project power like no other country on the face of the planet. So by putting us in these vulnerable positions, we're squandering our best strength and giving a hand up to the enemy. So the biggest thing that we can do, obviously, is strengthen our economy, strengthen our borders. We just talked a good deal in the last panel about border security. Border security is absolutely essential. The way our borders open right now, not only is it an assault on our economy with the way that U.S. labor is being undercut, killing off many American working class jobs, and continuing the global assault on the working class of Americans, it's a national security threat because obviously it's an open border. Any bad actor right now can get into the country if they simply buy a plane ticket to Mexico City and then have the cartels take them up through the Rio Grande Valley. It's wide open. But also our legal immigration system, the untold story of 9/11 is the fact that all the hijackers were here on legal U.S. visas. We must clean up our visa system to ensure that something like that can never happen again. Strengthening our economy, strengthening our immigration policies. Foreign aid is another major issue as well. Foreign aid is a way that the military-industrial complex and the Beltway can essentially outsource a lot of money overseas, and it can make its way back into the Beltway in the form of lobbyists, all these different special interest groups. Pakistan has been caught red-handed harboring terrorists, and we're still continuing to give them foreign aid to this day. The situation is completely and totally unacceptable. So going forward, we have to have a more pragmatic solution that puts the needs of the American people first, strengthening our economy, strengthening our borders, and then making sure that we don't get involved in these strategic backwaters bleeding out for years on end. Limited counterterrorism is still going to be necessary. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Iranians, these threats are still out there, and I would say that they're more emboldened than ever. We're going to have to keep our finger on that pulse, but we don't need to have our forces out there continually occupying known locations like embassies in Baghdad on the Tigris River, embassies in Kabul, all these major known outposts that are in Syria just waiting to get us into a shooting conflict between the Assad regime, the Iranians, and the Russians. What we need to conduct counterterrorism is robust intelligence networks through Title 50 covert action authorities and we need the ability to have limited strikes against them. And that's it. The problem is we've tied counterterrorism in most cases directly to nation building. And there's a very good reason behind that, is limited counterterrorism is not a cottage industry. It's become a cottage industry because we've tied so much nation building to it. Counterterrorism done properly, done through Title 50, should never really be seen, shouldn't be publicized, and doesn't necessarily need to be tied to another government. If we have partners in the region, that's fine. We should partner with them. That's a place where we can use our foreign aid offensively to make sure that we're getting what we want. So I don't think that we need to have these continual presences overseas to conduct counterterrorism operations. We need the robust intelligence networks. We can get back to that. The problem with the intelligence community is that they've been on this global war on terror footing for so long that they're used to having the military there provide everything for them, from airlift to ground transportation to medical evacuation. We've gotten very lazy in the way that we conduct human intelligence, especially in these war zones. We need to get back into using more proxies that aren't directly tied to the U.S. government or directly tied to governments in the region. We can do all that. We have the tools. We have the authorities. We just need to get that away from the nation-building footprint. To be able to counter China, getting our economy, going after our elites is absolutely essential, especially our advanced microchip designs in Taiwan. We have to secure those supply lines and make sure that we can't get drawn into a war, essentially, with Taiwan due to posturing and due to the fact that we need something from that island that we could be producing here on our own. So I think those are some of the biggest problems right now that we face, especially within the conservative movement, as we have people that are continually looking for new wars for us to go fight. A huge reason why I got into running for Congress is because of what happened with my late wife. She was killed about a month after Trump attempted to get our troops out of Syria the first time. Something President Trump did very, very well was he stated a military objective, and he gave us the tools and the authorities to go out and actually conduct that objective. When Trump came into office, ISIS had controlled large swaths of Iraq, large swaths of Syria, and large swaths of Libya. That's because Obama let it fester. He knew the original sin of the Iraq War was not on his resume, and that he could just brush it off on Bush or brush it off on Biden, and politically he would be just fine. And he was a shrewd enough political operative that it seems like that's worked. But the world didn't care. ISIS took over all that ground. So when Trump came in, he had to do something. So he gave the military and he gave the intelligence community the mandate, crush ISIS. And at the time, the national security blob, they liked Trump because he was letting them go off and ply their trade. So, but once we got to that point where we had actually defeated the last bit of ground the territorial caliphate controlled, Trump did something that no other commander-in-chief up to that point had done in the global war on terror. And he said, hey, it's time to get our troops out. And that's when we saw the apparatus, that's when we saw whatever you want to call it, the deep state, the permanent ruling class, turn against Trump, commit bureaucratic slow roll to keep our troops there. A month later, my wife and 3 other great Americans were killed by a suicide bomber in Manbij, Syria. Now, Manbij, Syria is a place where America has no long-term vested national security interest. It's a place that simply we could find ourselves very quickly in a shooting war between the Assad regime, the Iranians, the Russians, and potentially the Turks. It is a strategic backwater that we have no use in, and we have to come to terms with that. And we have to be able to say, hey, once we've reached our military objective, we need to get out. Something else that President Trump did that was extremely effective was killing Qasem Soleimani. Killing Qasem Soleimani, I think, is something that's been very overlooked. President Trump squeezed the Iranians very hard with maximum pressure sanctions. He leveraged the full weight of our economy and our diplomatic force against Iran to get them to stop doing everything that they were doing in the region. Under the Obama administration, and even Bush before them, the Iranians were running amok. They had control of the government in Baghdad. They were killing American soldiers. They were expanding into Lebanon. They were expanding into Yemen to control the Bab al-Mandeb strategic shipping ways. They were aggressively posturing in the Gulf, punching way above their weight class with surrogates. President Trump gave them every opportunity to come to the negotiating table. Most of us knew that wasn't going to happen, but he still provided that opportunity. He used the economic sanctions to squeeze them at home, but he told them, hey, if you cross the red line, if you kill an American, if you harm an American, I will hit you where it hurt. They didn't believe him. They actually had no reason to believe him, because up to that point, terrorists like Qasem Soleimani, Iranian Quds Force officers, they had been able to walk all over Iraq really untouched. I know firsthand. I've arrested some of these guys. I've interrogated them. They laughed at us in the face. Next thing you know, Nouri Maliki, the prime minister at the time of Iraq, is calling and we're having to release these guys. So Qasem Soleimani was not exactly a sneaky terrorist. He was a very overt terrorist because he knew that no one was going to strike him. That was until he ordered a rocket attack that killed an American, and the next thing you know, President Trump has him taken off the battlefield surgically because we had accurate intelligence on where him and his deputy were going to be. But that sent a message to the rest of the terror community that we will find you, we will kill you if you cross a line. And in the Taliban, they saw reflections of that. We all watched what happened in August, that horrible withdrawal that we had. But that could have been prevented too, had President Trump's negotiated peace actually come to fruition. But again, Trump was blocked at every single level by Republicans and by Democrats. Coming up into 2020, Trump sat down with the Taliban, like presidents since George Bush had been, and said, hey, I want to get my troops out of Afghanistan. If you get in the way and you start killing us on the way out, I'm going to come and I'm going to kill you guys first. Now, that sounds very crass to most people, but that is the way people in that region, that's the way they deal, that's the way they think. Trump understood that. And he had just come off killing Qasem Soleimani and taking out ISIS's territorial caliphate. So the Taliban, they understood that Trump meant business, and they gave us over a year of peace. They adhered to their end of the deal. I'm not trying to sing the praises of the Taliban. They're god-awful, horrible terrorists. But they understood that what Trump was coming at them from a position of strength. They gave us that year. And what happened in the summer of 2020? Once again, we had the administrative state, whatever you want to call it, the deep state, leak rumors that Vladimir Putin had put bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And somehow, if we pulled out, that would be doing Russia a favor. The collusion, again, between the intelligence community and the mainstream media ran that narrative extremely hard. The result was Republicans and Democrats in Congress blocked President Trump from being able to spend funds to get us out of that war. So Trump renegotiated and said, hey, we'll be out by May of 21. Biden comes into office. The first thing he says is, hey, we're going to have to extend this to September 11th, giving the Taliban 3 prime months of fighting season to plan the offensive that we all saw come to fruition in August. The point is, we have a template. It's not theoretic anymore. We have almost 2 decades of failed nation building, failed intervention. We had a brief 3 years, essentially, of peace through strength, diplomacy, peace through strength, limited action with a deliberate withdrawal, with a deliberate end state to fall back on. I think that's what we need to build our base off of going forward in the conservative movement. We have to maintain a strong military, but we have to put our country first. And going forward, we cannot let our country be drugged down into any more endless wars. The thing is, if we want to say that we support the troops, if we want to say that we support our military and we support our veterans and the sacrifices of all those who came before us in every single war, the sacrifices of those who built this republic, we cannot let American blood and treasure be spilled needlessly throughout the entire world, throughout the entire Middle East and the strategic backwaters. We're up against a serious challenger with the Chinese Communist Party, and that starts from within. We have to go after our elites, the elites on Wall Street. We also have to have accountability. The way that this war for the last 2 decades has gone on, the exposures that we've seen from the Afghan papers exposed by the Wall Street or by the Washington Post and by others, all the lies that we know happened that got us into the Iraq war and kept us there for so long, even to this day, the disaster that unfolded in August, we cannot let that go unaccounted for. There has to be accountability. If we're truly going to learn the lessons of what happened in the last 20 years, there has to be an Afghan War Commission. There has to be an Iraq War Commission. We have to figure out why decisions were made, who gained the most for them, and then safeguard ourselves from the military-industrial complex. I believe somebody warned us about that a very long time ago, and it's a very real thing that we saw play out for the last 20 years. So a huge reason why I'm running for Congress is obviously what happened to so many of my friends in the war on terror, what I saw firsthand, what happened with my late wife, but also to bring accountability, not just to the Department of Defense, not just to the intelligence community, but also to our institutions at large. One of the biggest crises of national security we have right now is that the American people don't trust our institutions anymore, whether it's our elections, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the Department of Defense. At every single level, our country is crumbling. And we're not going to be able to restore the faith of the American people if lawmakers and people in power don't hold those who have done us so wrong accountable. So that's a huge reason why I'm running for Congress. That's kind of my speech. I'll turn it over to any questions if you guys have any. But running for Congress in Washington State's 3rd Congressional District, Joe Kent for Congress is the website. The woman I'm running against, she's one of the impeachment voters, voted for the impeachment of President Trump, but also she's voted for every iteration of endless war, and that's a huge issue with me on a very personal level, but also especially in the latter years of the Trump administration, the way that intelligence was weaponized to keep us at war is something we want to account for. So I'll turn it over to any questions that you guys have.
Thank you for your service and for those insights. I tend to agree with most of what you said, but for example, the invasion of Iraq was, beyond. But there is a problem, all right? Once we got into Afghanistan, right, we did stay there, and we supported the buildup of a government and the buildup of an army. And in some sense, don't we have some obligation to them? Not just to say, okay, we feel like leaving, good luck. I think that was part of the dilemma in Afghanistan. I guess the other thing was, I forgot what the other thing was.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very, very good question. Yeah. We had the same question leaving Iraq and then again with the Kurds in Syria and Iraq. With Afghanistan, I think the problem is most of it was just a myth. I mean, Afghanistan's never been anything more than a conglomeration of warring tribes. We came in there and offered people a lot of money to wear a uniform, to salute to like a flag that we made up, the visions of a bunch of different expats and NGOs, and at the end it all kind of fell apart. And the thing is, had there been an attempt at holding, I think if you contrast that with what happened in Iraq, the vast majority of the Iraqi government did crumble when ISIS rolled across the berm with dilapidated AKs they had stolen from Assad. But there was a couple different elements there that fought. There was some semblance of a government that we could go and partner with. It had its flaws because of the Iranian influence. But with Afghanistan, I mean, I think because there had never really been, I mean, what is it? There's never really been an Afghan country. It's not a good answer because I don't know exactly what we could do. I think a lot of the Northern Alliance militias that we initially partnered with, those guys existed organically on the ground before. The folks up in Panjshir, that's a very real thing. It always has been. They fought the Taliban. I mean, they have some dicey ties with the Iranians, but that's the way it goes. That's why I would say more along the lines of Title 50 covert action. That's where we should be putting our money and our resources. But I think if we always take the, hey, we have obligations to people here on the ground, we'll always find a reason to stay. There was never going to be a good time for us to leave Afghanistan. The day after we left, whether it was back in August or whether it was in 20 more years, I think it was going to look very similar. I think we tactically could have done things differently that wouldn't have had our people get killed, but I think the end result always would have been the same.
Well, okay, to follow up, the other thought was, given that I assume President Trump and other people felt, well, we don't just want to walk away and see these guys slaughtered.
Yeah.
After having supported them for a while and actually pursuing in a certain way the kind of government and life we think people should have. But I believe President Trump's deal with the Taliban was not just that they wouldn't attack U.S. troops, but they would make a legitimate effort to try to come to some kind of peaceful terms with the government that we had built up there. And obviously they completely failed to do that.
Yeah.
And in that sense, I think Biden could have legitimately said, you guys didn't live up to your deal. And, we're still willing to get out of here, but only if you work out some arrangement whereby you don't come in and slaughter all of our former allies. And so that's just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could have left us there for a very long time, though, unfortunately. So. Okay, yeah, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe, so much. That was fantastic. We're going to just reset the stage for our next panel on the rise of China. So stick with us. We'll be back in just one moment. Everyone could please make their way to their seats. If you could please grab a seat, we're going to get started with our next panel. All right, well, thank you, everyone. We're going to move right along with our next panel today on the rise of China, looking at how the West should respond to what is potentially our primary foreign policy challenge here. The moderator of today's discussion is my colleague at the American Conservative, Helen Andrews. She's a senior editor there, edits our print magazine. If you have not picked up a copy yet, we have copies of a number of our latest issues out in the lobby, so please do so. I'm going to hand things over to Helen then to introduce our panel and kickstart our discussion.
Thank you very much, Emil. We're very lucky to have a distinguished panel for our China discussion today. David Goldman is a widely published author and columnist in Asia Times, the Claremont Review of Books, Law and Liberty, and his most recent book is You Will Be Assimilated, China's Plan to Sinoform the World. Robert Spalding served for 2.5 decades in the United States Air Force. He advised the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the National Security Council on China strategy. And his book, published in 2019, is Stealth War: How China Took Over While America's Elite Slept. I hope it will be a good discussion, and we are going to begin with David Goldman.
Thanks for that kind introduction, and thanks to the American Conservative for this honor. And I also should say I'm deeply honored to share a panel with a great patriot like General Spalding. Let me start by stating outright what China says they want to do. The generation of people running Chinese policy are not the stereotypical apparatchik with a Mao jacket and a copy of Mao's sayings. A lot of them are people I know because I've worked with them on Wall Street. They've got American PhDs, they've worked in the West, they understand us well, and they think they can take us. A book was published a few weeks ago by the former chief economist of the World Bank, a fellow who has a doctorate from the University of Chicago. His name is Yi-Fu Lin, Justin Yi-Fu Lin. And his argument is, we in China are in the same position with respect to the United States that the United States was in with respect to Great Britain at the end of the 19th century. Somewhat lower GDP per capita, much less technology, but with the human capital and the will to use it. Now, there's a big debate. Is China a rising power or a declining power? And the simple answer to that question is yes. There are two Chinas. There is the smokestack China of the Deng Xiaoping reforms that began in 1978, which moved 600 million people from subsistence farming to manufacturing, and by doing so, increased China's GDP per capita tenfold in the period from 1995 to 2020. It took us 140 years to get a tenfold increase in the US, so pretty impressive. That is the declining China because there simply aren't that many subsistence farmers left to move to the cities. And when you read stories about China's decline, that's what they're referring to. It's an old argument. Paul Krugman, the ultra-liberal columnist of the New York Times, 1997 wrote that Taiwan and Korea and all these Asian tigers were toast because all they'd done was move farmers to the city and they're sort of out of farmers, so their growth was going to stop. Of course, Taiwan and South Korea became technological and manufacturing powerhouses afterwards, and that's exactly what this former chief economist of the World Bank says China's going to do. His point is China's producing 7 times as many STEM bachelor's degrees as the United States is, 3 times as many doctorates in STEM. A third of China's college students major in engineering versus 7% in the United States. It's all about human capital and skills. So the overwhelming power of China's human capital, backed by multi-trillion-dollar budgets for research and development, is going to give China control of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, we all remember the third industrial revolution. That's microchips, optical networks, plasma displays, graphic user interfaces, all of these things. The United States developed every one of them, as well as the cell phone, as well as mobile broadband. That's a major part of why we won the Cold War. And documentably, every single one of these started with a grant from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. We had a model of civilian, military, private-public partnerships to win the Cold War that allowed us to have guns and butter at the same time. And for all of our complaints about what China has stolen for us by way of intellectual property, the decisive thing that China has stolen from us is this war-winning concept that we use so effectively to win the Cold War. The fourth industrial revolution is for real. I'll give you an example. There are 91 container ships, last time I checked, waiting outside the port of Long Beach, California, to unload. According to the World Bank, the port of Long Beach is number 333, right at the bottom of efficiency of ports in the world. Most of the top 10 are Chinese because they use 5G broadband networks for cranes to communicate with containers, to communicate with automated trucks, which take the containers to warehouses that communicate with robots that do most of the unpacking. You can go on YouTube and just search for Chinese port automation and see this. This is already well developed in logistics. China buys more than a third of the world's industrial robots. With 5G, robots can talk to each other on the factory floor and program themselves to do a lot of industrial processes. Large servers can match every package and passenger in a city to a conveyance. You already have autonomous vehicle taxi services on an experimental basis in some cities. But if we can, historians probably, I think, will date the fourth industrial revolution to the COVID-19 pandemic, because that's when China used trillions of data points of incidents of COVID, of body temperature, of people scanned on the streets by infrared remote devices, medical histories and so forth, to run algorithms through artificial intelligence systems that helped them predict where outbreaks were likely to occur, which allowed them to use their testing capacity forensically to identify prospective outbreaks, preempt them, and lock them down. That's why they shut down the epidemic so quickly. Just as we know that the first industrial revolution started exactly in 1776 when James Watt sold his first steam engine to a commercial customer, that's when the fourth industrial revolution started. And if China is able to harness its enormous population and its preeminence in supply chains around the world, it already accounts for nearly a third of world industrial production, then the United States is going to become a second-rate power, and it's not going to be a smooth or easy transition. Forget about whether China projects power and builds bases in the Persian Gulf or takes over islands or even invades Taiwan. We've been living on borrowed time in the United States. How does the federal government get away with spending $6 trillion? Just put it in people's pockets, buy votes. How do we get away with a deficit, U.S. government deficit, equal to 10% of GDP? That's third world Argentina kind of levels. The answer is because the US dollar is the world's reserve currency. And my rough estimate is that about $25 trillion of nearly free credit is given to the United States by the rest of the world, more than a year's gross domestic product, by virtue of the fact that people use the dollar in international transactions. What the Chinese have said is, we're going to replace the dollar. That can't last too long. We're going to use our digital yuan, our own currency. And as we dominate world trade and dominate world supply lines, eventually we'll dominate finance. So the United States will be forced into not a bankruptcy, but a radical austerity adjustment, worse than the one that Britain faced in the 1960s when sterling ceased to be a reserve currency. And the effect of that on our body politic and political stability, living standards, security, and so forth will be devastating. My view as a nationalist and an American patriot is exactly what Rod Dreher said recently on his blog. There are a lot of people, conservatives, looking at China who are less worried about what happens in China than about what happens in the United States. And if we don't get our act together and leapfrog China and seize leadership of technological development in what really is a new age for industry, for medicine, for logistics, and every other part of economic life, if we don't do that, we'll be second rate, we'll be poor and miserable and insecure. A war with China would be devastating. I agree with Admiral Stavridis, who wrote a terrific thriller called 2034. It would be like World War I. There'd be no winners. So I don't want to fight a war with China. And I think people like my friend Gordon Chang, who say we've got to overthrow the Communist Party regime, are crazy hotheads. It's not within our power to change politics inside China, but as Americans, it's within our power to change politics in the United States. I look back to what Ronald Reagan did with the Strategic Defense Initiative and the great military buildup of the early 1980s, what John F. Kennedy did with the moonshot, with the kind of grand national projects which inspired Americans and concentrated our efforts to lead the world. Although China has a lot of smart people and a lot more people than we do, we're still much better at innovating than they are if we hold true to what we've done in the past. And I'd like to conclude with one thought, which is that we don't really need to invent anything new. We just need to remember what we did when America was at its greatest. We have the precedents, and we need to go back to the Reagan-Kennedy inspirational model to transform the United States instead of having tech monopolies run innovation for their own monopoly business and use that to dominate the political system. We need to propagate technology through the economy, restore manufacturing, dominate supply chains, lead the fourth industrial revolution, and leave China in the dust. We're capable of it, but we're losing ground now, and we don't have a lot of time left to turn it around. Thank you.
Good morning. It's great to be here at Catholic University. I want to, again, applaud the student body who voted to divest from China all the holdings that Catholic University has. I think that was an enormous job and really starting to lead the way where we need to go. It's great to be here with David Goldman. You know, how many in here served in the military? Okay. And, you know, our job was what? To promote and support and defend the Constitution of the United States. What does that mean? Like, what does it mean to protect the United States? You know, well, one thing that we think about is political independence and sovereignty, right? How do we protect our system, our way of life, our way of government? How do we protect that from the predations of enemies? Well, I spent almost 30 years in the Air Force doing that, flying B-2s. What I was taught through professional military education is that war is politics by other means. In other words, we seek a political outcome with an adversary where all other elements of national power have failed to get the result we want. In Kosovo, I was a mission planner for the B-2. If you don't remember that 2-month war, we flew every single night. I remember the airplane just getting brand new, arriving to Whiteman Air Force Base, all the articles saying, well, the B-2 would melt in the rain. We flew the airplane every single night, even when the entire air was shut down, the B-2 flew. Now, for 45 days, we went after empty barracks and ammo dumps. We weren't getting anywhere. And the intent of the commander at the time, General Wesley Clark, was to put boots on the ground. President Clinton said, we're not going to do that. And so around 2/3 of the way through the war, we assembled a team and they started to begin to look at the influencers in Serbia. Who was supporting Milosevic? And day 45, I come in and we start going after the assets of those people. We started taking them away. Every single night we went after their factories, their buildings, their real estate, their holdings in the country. And it was clear that if they didn't give him up, that they would lose everything they had. These were the wealthiest people in Serbia. Within 2 weeks, the war was over. And as you know, Milosevic went to The Hague to stand trial. So what was war in that case? It was political influence on the elite of a country to achieve a political outcome that the US president wanted. And we were the instrument of that influence. So I spent 30 years in the Air Force, and I also had an opportunity to live in China. I studied there as a young major. I went to Defense Language Institute to learn Chinese. I studied at Tongji University, MBA classes in Chinese. My favorite was negotiation. Traveled all over the country, really got to know the people, but I didn't understand the system. And it wasn't until I got back and the Air Force started to groom me to be the senior defense official in Beijing that I started to really understand the government and the party, most importantly the party. Because in China there's two constitutions. There's a PRC, People's Republic of China constitution, and there's a Chinese Communist Party constitution. Who is the sovereign in China? Not the People's Republic of China government. It is the Chinese Communist Party. It says so in the Communist Party constitution. So you need to understand who is the sovereign in China. Well, how does this relate to what Mr. Goldman was just talking about? This fourth industrial revolution, 5G, data, artificial intelligence. What is the point? How many of you heard Jamie Dimon, the quote that he said that, JP Morgan will probably outlast the Chinese Communist Party? Just recently said it. And what happened shortly thereafter? He apologized to the Chinese Communist Party, didn't he? Anybody listen recently to Ray Dalio? Who's Ray Dalio? Runs Bridgewater, largest hedge funds in the world. How much money does he have from the People's Bank of China in that hedge fund? What does he say about China? When LeBron James talks about China, what does he say? When we had the table tennis team go to China, was that U.S. influencing Chinese behavior or Chinese influencing U.S. behavior? How did we come to dominate the world, not just militarily, but culturally, right? By sending businessmen out around the world. Okay, that was the 20th century. That was when guys like me defended our territory, defended our political independence and sovereignty because we defended our borders. How does that extend into the world of data, right? And how do those borders extend? Well, they don't. There's only a few borders in the world around data. One of them is in China, probably the best one's in China. So when a Chinese person on the street in Beijing or Shanghai or any major city in China gets on social media, what do they get on? Do they get on Twitter? Do they get on Facebook? No, they get on WeChat. Now, how about if that person comes here? What social media do they get on? Do they get on Facebook or Twitter? No, they're on WeChat. Why are they on WeChat? All their friends are on WeChat. Why? Because that's all they've ever known. So when you begin to think about digital borders, right, the physical borders of China do not extend to the digital space in the way that we would think. That Great Firewall is not solely focused on the physical borders of China. It extends globally. It extends globally through these connections, through these social media platforms and others that allows the Chinese Communist Party to have dominion over any Chinese moving anywhere, right? Because they censor and control those platforms. So let's go back to Serbia. We use a B-2 to take out a factory owned by somebody that's an elite in Serbia to affect a political outcome on Milosevic. Okay? What does the Chinese Communist Party do? They call Jamie Dimon to heel. They call Tim Cook to heel. What does that do? How do you make policy in Washington, D.C.? Legitimate question. How does policy get made in Washington, D.C.? Who spends the money for the law firms and the think tanks here in Washington, D.C.? Who is lobbying on the Hill? How does policy get made? Okay? And then how does that relationship with those entities that are influencing policy in Washington, D.C. extend to China? It's via these relationships. It's via the opportunity to do business in China. I'll just say one other thing about war. The basis of human emotions, greed and fear. You know, greed we can get at with finance, which I've just talked about. Fear is what is my profession, right? But there's many ways to create fear. We created fear with the Soviet Union with the threat of mutually assured destruction. That was the leadership, right? Because they had to fear losing control or losing their prerogative. You can also spread fear in other ways. Neil Ferguson, who's an epidemiologist at the Imperial College of London, created a model, an epidemiology model that said, March 2020, 2.2 million Americans are going to die from the coronavirus. Where does the funding for that research come from? Who visited Imperial College of London in 2015? Does anybody know? Xi Jinping? Four-day trip in London? Spent a day at Imperial College of London? How much money is going into there? How have those models been influenced or have influenced the system of medical policy since January 2020? Videos from a country that is blocked in every other aspect of people passing out in Wuhan. The World Health Organization, Tedros. How did Tedros get his job? Who is influencing the CDC in terms of how we make medical policy in the United States? Who does that? Pharmaceutical industry maybe have a little bit of influence. You see where this is going? We have a problem. David talks a little bit about the problem, but I understand war. War is about politics. And today, it's no longer about the weapons that we drop from our airplanes to influence outsiders. It is through the connections that were created at the end of the Cold War. It's about globalization and the internet. It's about using those tools that Silicon Valley developed. By the way, they developed it because of all the investment during the Cold War in the Silicon Valley. The space race, education for national security, grants to train scientists and engineers, and the great infrastructure like the Eisenhower highway system that we built. That productivity that came out of that Cold War led to the greatest transfer of wealth in terms of, I'm not talking about from the US to China, I'm talking about here. 2007, the iPhone comes out, General Electric, ExxonMobil, Shell, AT&T, and Microsoft are the top 5 in market cap. 10 years later, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. Why? They monetize data. And what did they do? They sell their ability to influence your decisions by harvesting your data. Economic decisions. That is not a far step from social and political decisions. And that, quite frankly, is what the Chinese Communist Party figured out. That's what they understood. They understood if they didn't control the narrative, if they didn't control discourse, not just domestically, but globally, that they couldn't survive as an institution in the face of what happened in Tiananmen Square. Go read the Tiananmen papers. They talk right about it. And then they went about building the elements of war in a fourth industrial revolution world. That's what we're dealing with. That's why I quit. That's why I quit the Air Force, because what I was doing was not making a difference in terms of protecting the political independence and sovereignty in this country. So if you want to think about how do we go forward as a democracy, as a republic, where power cannot be concentrated in any one group or individual, then you need to start thinking about the world we built after the end of the Cold War and the implications of the free access to all of your data by all of our adversaries, not just the tech companies, The tech companies certainly have a relationship with China. But the Chinese Communist Party has a bona fide reason to change the way that you look at the world to make it more compatible with their vision.
My first question to both of our panelists is about timeline. You both seem to suggest that the US-China rivalry might be decided not just in our lifetimes, but before the next presidential election. General Spalding, in your book, you give a 3-year timeline. You say we have 3 years in which to stop the rise of China from being a done deal. And if your book came out in 2019, that gives us 1 year left on the clock. Do you still think we're dealing with that narrow a window? Did anything the Trump administration did buy us more time? Or are we really talking about something that might be done in the next couple of years?
The truth was, I was very hopeful. And what I saw, the acceleration of the decline in civil liberties and democratic societies after the introduction of the coronavirus into our mix has really vastly changed my mind. I think the Chinese Communist Party has far more control and influence over the setting of policies in governments around the world, and we have lost control of the ability to be politically independent and sovereign in America, and I would say that quite frankly, in most democracies, it is that way. So we are living in a post-democratic world. We're living in a post-free world era where there's a nexus between the large corporations and certainly the Chinese Communist Party and their relationships that influences the political process in ways that are counter to our interests. So, the question that you're asking assumes that we live in a free world today. And I think if you look, Ai Weiwei talked about this. Because you're living in a totalitarian society today, and you just don't know it.
I look at this, first of all, as an economist. Since January 2018, when President Trump first imposed tariffs on China, our imports from China have risen by 30%. If you want to take the baseline of, say, October 2019, before the pandemic, they're up more like 50%. And that means roughly a quarter of all the durable goods we buy are coming from China, in terms of, some of them are partial content. So it's pretty much the same with Europe. Because China successfully used artificial intelligence and big data, and also massive infringement of personal liberty to crush the epidemic, they were the fighter pilot that came out of the dive first in 2020. And the raw power that China has economically, by virtue of the robustness of their supply chains and the dependency of the rest of the world on them, particularly the United States, gives them an enormous amount of power, whether or not they're nefariously influencing. I'm not disagreeing with General Spalding. I'm simply saying that as a matter of raw economic power, very few people in any kind of business can avoid dealing with China because you can't get stuff anywhere else. We made the incredibly short-sighted decision to throw $6 trillion of demand into people's pockets while we massively underinvested in our manufacturing. So where were we supposed to get it? We get it from Asia, from China and Greater China. They're highly integrated neighbors, including Taiwan, South Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia, and so forth. So in terms of timeline, it's early days. I'll give you an example. The real killer app of the fourth industrial revolution is what you call a 5G to business. It's the building of dedicated networks that allow you to automate factories, automate ports, automate cities, and so forth. Huawei says they have 15,000 contracts for Chinese factories and 5,500 contracts for mines. They're doing some spectacular things. Ericsson can do the same stuff, by the way, so can Nokia. It's not a Huawei monopoly. But remember, there are 2 million factories in China. Maybe Huawei is doing a lot of the big ones, but this is experimental proof of concept stage for the fourth industrial revolution. I think there's a 5 to 10 year horizon where if we continue not to do anything, they'll get to a point of no return, because when you have manufacturing and technologists working together, the way our great corporate labs like Bell Labs and so forth used to work with the Defense Department and manufacturing, you develop a critical mass of skills and capabilities and decision-making capacity that just puts you way out front. Chinese aren't there yet. Their system's very inefficient. It's a top-down hierarchical system. Errors tend to get propagated through the system. They're not supermen by any means, but they're working hard to do it, and we're doing nothing. It's a tortoise and hare kind of situation. So I think we have the 2024 presidential election, which will be a referendum on the future of the United States, and a couple years after that. If we elect a president with a Kennedy or Reagan kind of vision, we still have time. If we elect a president, I mean, as much as I supported President Trump and defended him against the deep state attacks and campaigned for him in 2 elections, he was the reality show version of what we need. The content was not there. But if we get the content in the next presidential election, I think we've got a pretty good chance. If we blow that, then I think China's won.
So there's one comment that I'd like to make. When we say that that China stopped the coronavirus in its tracks, whose data do we use to make that point?
Well, speaking as a deputy editor of Asia Times, we had people, correspondents, and stringers on the ground all over Chinese cities. So, from what we observed, I think they did a very effective job. Not just looking at Chinese numbers, but what people saw on the streets. So,
but the data that is typically used is Chinese data, and I'll note that there's plenty of evidence to show that places that lock down and places that don't lock down have near equal outcomes when it comes to the spread of coronavirus. So part of the thing that I'm talking about, that how coronavirus has been able to, the way we think about it, part of the narrative of that has been that China did the best of any country in the world at controlling coronavirus. Now, why is it that you have Australia locking down, you have all of these other countries locking down, and they don't achieve the same outcomes? I mean, have you seen what's going on in portions of Australia? So ask yourself this: if China is truly the best at controlling coronavirus because they have a totalitarian regime, which, think about it, if they are the best, and that's what we really want to do, what should we become in order to control the coronavirus? I mean, these narratives are very powerful, and they affect the way we think, and they affect the way we think about the policies that we make. And so it's something very important to pay attention to, because this is not the last time that you're going to see it. It's going to keep coming back time and time again, right? That narrative. Who controls the narrative? And what is the reason that they are focused on the narrative? And how does the narrative get disseminated in today's world? I'm not talking about the 20th century. I'm talking about today, with the world of the FANGs and 5G. And the only thing I would disagree with you about the killer app of 5G, it's not the factory, it's facial recognition. And it's the use of facial recognition in conjunction with a lot of these other monitoring tools that are being deployed. Now, granted, the Europeans have said, hey, we don't want facial recognition. Facebook just said, hey, we're not going to do facial recognition. What did Li Keqiang tell Trump when he went to visit? We have your data and we have our data, right? So whether or not we employ facial recognition as a technology does not mean that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't have the means to deploy that technology into our midst, and that's what they do.
Sticking with 5G and Huawei for a moment, David, I think it's in your book that you describe an incident when Secretary of State Mike Pompeo went to Germany to try to persuade them not to sign up with Huawei. And the response he got was, correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't Huawei that was listening in to Angela Merkel's phone calls. That was the NSA. Now, how do we respond to that kind of moral equivalence on the part of other countries. Well, we go with them, they tap us, we go with you, you tap us, really 6 of one, half dozen of another. Is there a response to that?
The Germans are in a very difficult position economically. They missed the third industrial revolution. They've got great machine tools, but lousy computation. They've got no really major computation company, but they've got dozens of little companies which produce the best valve of a certain kind in the world. And if they miss the fourth industrial revolution, they'll be cooked. They can't keep making Mercedes with gasoline engines in a world which is moving to electric cars, for example. They're desperately trying to position themselves. They also have stagnating workforce, they have demographic problems, so actually almost identical to China's profile. So most of the big German companies are gradually becoming Chinese companies. Volkswagen sells more cars in Germany than it does in the United States, and if you talk to many German manufacturers, they'll say, our future, if any there be, is in China. They hate the Chinese. They think the Chinese are grasping, domineering, and ultimately want to eat them alive. They'd much rather deal with someone else. There's no love lost. But this is a matter, when I said before, the raw economic power of China's manufacturing capacity and internal market forces many businesses to orient to them in the absence of the response from the United States. That's the Death Star with its tractor beam. It's power, raw power, and that's what the Germans respond to. I don't know what's going to happen with the Germans in 5G. There was a good piece by a guy named Daniel Rosen from Center for Strategic and International Studies and Foreign Affairs a couple of weeks ago on how Huawei is dominating the third world. Believe me, the Brazilians don't care, the Mexicans don't care, the Malaysians, South Africans, and all kinds of other people. The global South is going Chinese in terms of 5G. And that, as a long-term thing, is a major strategic issue. We've tried to dissuade them, haven't had a lot of luck. It's a long discussion, but that's a summary answer.
Is there anything to say to the third world countries that are going Chinese?
Well, I mean, I think David's right. I mean, when you talk about globalization, just in this area, you know, we have domestic companies that, for whatever reason, are unwilling to go out and compete with Chinese companies. And one of the major reasons, quite frankly, is the fact that, you know, we don't have the same types of terms that the Chinese offer when their companies go out to work in these countries. And things like the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which, by the way, applies to any country that transacts in dollars, right? So it doesn't matter if you're a Chinese company or a European company or an American company. If you transact in dollars, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act applies to you. Now, we have never, ever brought a single case against a Chinese company, FCPA case. Now, when you go and do business internationally, we have the FCPA that, you know, American companies have to abide by, because our government will go after them if they don't. And it's very well known that the Europeans kind of bribe and the Chinese flat out bribe. So when you're thinking about, you know, what America did, you know, Marshall Plan, you know, building Japan, building Korea during the Cold War, it was a completely different world in terms of, you know, business. Today, the world is stacked against an American company, and we don't, like, we spend $800 billion a year to put people like me out on the front lines, and we spend almost none of our money or time or intellectual rigor on how do we get business out, which is what exactly the Chinese figured out about us during the Cold War. It wasn't about our military that won the Cold War. It was about our productive capacity and extending that into the free societies, boxing out the totalitarian regimes that really won the Cold War for us. It was about, we were spending more on butter than guns, and the Soviet Union is spending more on guns than butter. Who's doing that today? China is doing our exact same game plan today.
If I could tell a story briefly. I published this, so it's not a great revelation, but as a partner in a Hong Kong banking boutique in 2015, I introduced Huawei to the Mexican government, and I did so inadvertently because the Mexican ambassador then, Eduardo Medina Mora, was an old friend, and when I went to call on him at the embassy, Pennsylvania Avenue, he said, the Obama administration ignores us. They won't answer our calls. What can we do to get their attention? I said, well, get the Chinese to come in, and that will alert them, and then they'll obviously go and do something and try to counter the Chinese. So I brought some people in from Huawei, and we met some cabinet ministers, and in fact, Huawei built a 4G LTE network in Mexico, which reduced the cost of broadband by 75%. When we first went there, nobody used Waze because broadband was too expensive. Now, Waze is the #2 market in the world. Mexico is the #2 market in the world for Waze. But there was no response from the United States. And I was shocked. I said, what have I done here? This was supposed to be a feint, a provocation to get the United States to do something about it. But nobody noticed.
When I was at the White House, I went and talked to the USAID leadership, and I'm like, okay, what's your strategy? And they looked at me like I had horns coming out of my head. Strategy? Congress gives us money to do water projects. Okay, how do we use that to move American interests forward? What?
Oh, well, we've got time for audience questions, so if you've got one, start lining up at the microphone. I will ask a last question of my own. The journalist Robert Kaplan wrote a book about the South China Sea a few years ago in which he made the argument that if, God forbid, we ever got into a military conflict with China, the silver lining would be that it would be almost entirely a naval conflict, which means the only people fighting and dying would be military personnel. The civilian United States could carry on almost entirely unaffected, barely even notice the conflict was happening. Do you think that would be the case if such a conflict arose?
General Spaulding, you should start, please.
I think we tend to neglect the power of nuclear weapons to change the calculus for like-armed opponents. And we tend to ascribe outcomes without thinking about the implications of those weapons as part of the calculus. So I agree with David. We don't need a war with China, nor should we seek a war with China. But more importantly, I don't think the Chinese Communist Party has any interest in going to war with the United States in a kinetic sense. Their war, and that's why primarily their war is one of finance and influence. It's about using data and finance to influence the perceptions and intentions of the political apparatus in the United States, not to fight us with weapons. Now, what we found in Iraq and Afghanistan is neither one of those had nuclear weapons. Oh, by the way, Taiwan doesn't have nuclear weapons. I think you can see where things may end up.
All right. Audience question.
Hey, my name's Tanner Greer. A question for both of you guys. If you look at the current conservative world, say the people at this conference, there's a kind of division on the China question. A lot of people are of the thought that this is not really the threat it should be. This is just the deep state looking for some other way to justify themselves in the future. It's not worthwhile antagonizing the Chinese, so on and so forth. I'm kind of curious, as both of you guys think this is a serious problem that we should probably orient our foreign policy around, what would your response be to those sort of arguments that you would hear from people who think that China is not worth this sort of potential conflict?
I mean, as I said before, we've been living on the world's credit for years, kind of like Britain in the 19th century, because as the bearer of the world's reserve currency, as the premier destination for investments, we've accumulated a net foreign asset position of negative $14 trillion, which is about equal to our cumulative balance of trade deficit for the last 30 years. That's how we financed it. They give us goods, we sell them Apple stock or Netflix stock. And we're in the hole for about, I think, $25 trillion roughly of credit, cheap credit, associated with the dollar's role as reserve currency in the form of either central bank holdings of treasury securities or private transaction balances for international trade. And if the Chinese emerge as the world's top economy, the plug is going to be pulled on that. And we will be in a world of hurt, and our political system may not survive it. So if we don't do something about it, I think the consequences are going to be terrible. It's not the Ricardian dream of comparative advantage. We'll just get more cheap toasters at Walmart. That's not what's going to happen. It'll be a very nasty outcome. And I read that, at least once a week in websites close to the Chinese State Council. That's exactly what they expect. So in terms of foreign policy, the question is, what can we affect? We can reverse the catastrophic errors of deindustrializing the United States that began particularly with the George W. Bush administration. We can reverse the separation, as a previous speaker said, of industry from defense policy, which began with the Clinton administration. We can go back to the precedents we have. Those are the things we can affect decisively. I also think we need to bust up big tech, because those monopolies are a drain on productivity. And I've written about that in the Asia Times and American Affairs and elsewhere. So what we can affect above all is here. It's above all a domestic policy issue where we can make the big difference.
Yeah, I think Ray Dalio said it quite well. China's a top-down system, and it works well. And it works well for those at the top. And I think one of the, endearing things about the United States has been the opportunities afforded to immigrants coming to the United States seeking or fleeing oppression. And I think the system was set up to enable those people to reach the American dream. And I think what we have here, a consolidation of economic power based on data, primarily on data. David's alluding to the tech companies, that has in many ways shifted the balance of power between kind of the working class in this country for preserving the recognition of the need for a separation of powers type government. And there's more readiness to, I think, amongst the upper class to adopt or embrace this idea of a top-down system as being much better for everybody. If the government can just tell me what to do, I'll take a first-generation American or an immigrant coming to America fleeing oppression to tell us how things are going far more than I will somebody today living in suburbia.
Sir.
Mr. Goldman, you mentioned about the need we have to leapfrog technologically ahead. You spoke of the Kennedy Space Program, the Reagan Strategic Defense Initiative. Do you see anything that would fit that bill that would capture the emotion and the imagination and the enthusiasm of the American people the way the moonshot did?
I think we need a political leader who can capture our imagination. America is, in a certain sense, a big evangelical tent meeting. And we tend to work up our enthusiasm and get up and throw away our crutches and walk, and then the next day we have a hangover and we go back to our old ways. We need to be continuously reminded and inspired. The task of rebuilding American industry, rebuilding American living standards, dominating space, dominating medical technologies, all of these things are a great project which we need a leader to indicate. Now, China, as General Spaulding just said, is a top-down system. They're very good at doing something specific. The chief technology officer of Huawei, an Australian, said, you just don't understand the Chinese. If they want something done, they'll get it done. If 1,000 engineers aren't enough, they'll put 10,000 engineers on it, and they'll do it. But what the United States did so brilliantly that really nobody else has done during the Cold War, in the 70s and 80s, I mentioned that every single invention of the digital age, from plasma screens to GUI interface to optical networks to microchips and so forth, started with the DARPA project. But what I didn't mention is that every one of those started with the DARPA project for something else, and some eccentric engineer, some maverick said, wait a minute, we can do something different. Why don't we try this? The optical network, the semiconductor laser, which made possible data transmission over glass fiber, fundamental for everything we're doing, started with some guy at the Pentagon who wanted to fight battles at night, was looking for nighttime illumination. And a guy at RCA Labs who was interested in semiconductor lasers figured out how to do this. It was transformative. The Chinese will never do that kind of thing because they'll do what they're told to do for a specific objective, and America will take an idea and run with it in a different direction. So that's why I think there's hope. It's not that the Chinese can't innovate. I mean, they invented gunpowder and the magnetic compass. Of course they can innovate, but we're much better at it than they are because we're a bottom-up system, and we can tap the creativity of huge numbers of people that the Chinese will tend to discourage, if not suppress.
Yeah, and just the only counter I have to that, I run a startup company and in technology, and the ability to get investment here in the United States, the ability to keep the technology that DARPA is investing on here in the United States is actually the difference really between now and the Cold War. That, in many ways, what you talked about was excluded to the Soviet Union. Today, the Chinese Communist Party are fully embedded and enmeshed in our technology innovation. So even if they throw 10,000 engineers and they can't innovate it, they can still find an American that'll do it for them for money.
Yeah, indeed. Huawei has 200,000 employees. 50,000 of them are foreigners, mainly Europeans. They do most of the basic research.
Yep.
Huawei is not a Chinese company. It's an imperial horde.
In order to have time for both questions, let's hear both questions from the panelists.
Okay. So on the new right, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of focus on kind of demography and birth rates. And I think some of the most recent numbers coming out of China are essentially that their population is going to halve essentially by 2080, just with their one-child policy and those developments. My question is, what do you think that effect will have on their, rise going forward, and if that'll have any effect at all, or if it's going to be, as some people theorize, disastrous to them? Secondly, some of the issues that they've had with their, as we talked about, like infrastructure investments, kind of their imperial style of debt trap diplomacy, places like Central America, Africa. How sustainable do you think that is moving forward, especially with their demographic issues, and if they can keep kind of pumping money into this? Thanks.
Right. And before you answer, your question as well.
Yes, we've talked about both trade as an element of U.S. grand strategy towards China, as well as Silicon Valley and the social network softwares that have made Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google rich. In both cases, these vulnerabilities represented by these two economies, essentially, the things that make them a source of strength for China, in the case of our trade, our policy of inducting China into the WTO, and our policy towards Silicon Valley with ARPANET, with MEMEX, with hypertext have directly turned them into vulnerabilities for America that China can exploit. Is there any chance that we can roll back these issues? Is it too late?
The demographic question, debt trap diplomacy.
Why don't I take demographics? The entire industrial world, with the sole exception of Israel, is in a demographic crisis. China has a demographic crisis. If you look at the United Nations population program projections, they're going to have, by I think 2060, 55 retirees for every 100 workers, which is an enormous burden. It's frightening. But we're going to have 45, and Taiwan will have 80. South Korea will have 80. So there's a problem across the board in the industrial world. And there's no way to get enough kids to solve that, even if everyone, sees the light and realizes that children are a gift from God and change their ways. That's across the board. The only possible solution is a drastic increase in productivity, and particularly in healthcare, where telemedicine and artificial intelligence approaches can drastically reduce the cost of healthcare. So the Chinese Communist Party is painfully aware that if they don't bring about a drastic increase in productivity, they'll go through a steep decline. So they bet the farm on the fourth industrial revolution, this increase in productivity. Whether they succeed or not remains to be seen, but that's their response to it, and it is a deadly serious response.
Yeah, just one brief anecdote to that. When I was at the White House, McKinsey came in and talked about investment in Africa. The surprising thing to me is the biggest investment in Africa is low value added manufacturing. So they do have a demographic problem, but they're exporting low value added manufacturing. But the other thing that comes with that low value added manufacturing are Chinese males that far outnumber females. And they're beginning to intermarry in all of these areas of the Belt and Road Initiative. So I think they're aware of their demographic situation, but they're seeking to use the Belt and Road Initiative as a means of dealing with it in the out years.
Oh, that's right. We did a study for Andy Marshall at the Pentagon on Belt and Road, where we came to exactly that conclusion, that it was in part a response to the demographics. That was back in 2012, yes.
And then on what we need to do with regard to tech companies and influence. Data, turns out, in the 21st century, we can draw a ring around this place, and using software development kit data for apps, I can tell within probably a couple hours of analysis who everybody, the device, and who it's owned by of everybody in this room. And I can begin to track you. And I can begin to send you ads that I want you to see and to influence the things that you're able to see. So, I think the single most important thing that we can do as a nation is to build infrastructure that protects digital privacy. So digital sovereignty is not just about the nation in a free society, it's about the individual. Now, we, in many ways, went in a direction that was entirely coincident with what the Chinese Communist Party wanted after 9/11 with the Patriot Act. So giving the federal government the ability to DVR your life and hit rewind and to find when you have done something wrong, to essentially deal with a terrorist act that may or may not ever come, is the single most damaging thing to democracy that we've ever done. And I think building in protections for people's data into our infrastructure, not in laws, but in the standards by which we deploy the infrastructure around us that allows us to communicate, is the single most important thing that the government can do. Today, far more than in the 20th century, where territory was the difference between political independence and sovereignty and survival of the nation. Today, it's about the digital space. It's about data. So borders around data, encryption, securing data, ensuring that the infrastructure exists tomorrow in the event of an EMP attack is the single most important thing that we can do. Because if you remember what happened with Katrina, if the power goes out and the cell networks go down, civil liberty dies within about 36 hours. It is mass chaos, and that is what we face because we haven't thought about the implications of this digital space on how we live our lives every day. I was talking to somebody the other day that's never gone hunting, and they said, well, I get my meat shrink wrapped. Well, yes, you do. But there is another side to life that other people live in this world. It's not one that we've been exposed to, but one of the most easy things that could happen to us is somebody take you out of the grid. We devolve very, very rapidly.
And on that rosy note, General Spaulding, David Goldman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, what a pleasure.
With us, we're just going to get our panelists mic'd up and the stage set, and we'll head right into that last panel on nationalism. Thank you.
give everyone a quick hello, everyone. Let me give you all a quick 1-minute warning. Just please get your coffee and take your seats, and we will begin the next panel in just a moment here. So again, if you can get to a comfortable stopping point in your current conversations and resume your seats, we'll be ready to start.
It's completely genre defined. John Gay, I have no idea. Yeah. Is he ill?
Feeling good, gentlemen? We will go from Arta to Kurt to Colin. So. Okay, well, I want to thank all of you for joining us this afternoon. I am Daniel McCarthy, the Vice President for the Collegiate Network at the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. I'm also a longtime editor connected with the American Conservative, once the editor-in-chief, now a editor-at-large. I'm also the editor right now of ISI's journal, Modern Age. And I've written for a number of publications over the years, including The National Interest, First Things, The New York Times, USA Today, and others. Our panel for the conclusion of our conference here is on the topic of the rebirth of nationalism as a global force. And of course, we've seen it reborn in the West, in France, in Britain, here in the United States, in Central Europe, in Hungary, in Poland, in the developing world, in India, in Turkey, and of course, among rivals such as Russia and China. You know, in 2008, the historian John Lucas wrote in the American Conservative magazine that nationalism, not communism, was the main political force in the 20th century, and so it is now. And of course, in the decades and more since then, we've only seen nationalism become even more salient in our foreign policy considerations, in our domestic politics, and around the world. Joining us this afternoon is a panel of 3 splendid thinkers who have different backgrounds and different levels of insight into this question of nationalism and its place in the world today. We have among them Arta Moini, who is the research director at the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy. He is also a research fellow at the Center for the Study of Statesmanship right here at Catholic University of America, and is an elected member of the Academy of Philosophy and Letters. Also, we have Kurt Mills, a contributing editor of the American Conservative, where he previously served as a senior reporter. He specializes in foreign policy and campaign coverage, and has held positions at the National Interest, U.S. News and World Report, and the Washington Examiner. And lastly, we have Colin Dweck, who is a professor in the Schar School of Policy and Government at George Mason University, and a non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He's published 4 books on American foreign policy and national security policies, most recently, Age of Iron, on conservative nationalism. We'll start off with Arta Moini. Thank you. Thanks. And we can speak from the stadium here.
Thanks to the American Conservative for inviting us and putting this great conference together. I just want to go over a few sort of different sets. I think there's a lot of confusion usually when we talk about nationalism, and I just want to go over a few of them. The first one is, why is it that the nationalism is attractive? Second is, what is nationalism in the first place? And the third is the kind of connections that we can see between nationalism and exceptionalism. And so for the first is, there's no question that we're seeing a global trend emerge where there is a reaffirmation of nationality, of particularity in the first place. And there is different kinds of nationalism, authoritarian nationalism or democratic nationalism, but there is a tendency that's happening around the world of this resurgence. And the question is why? What are all these different places, culturally very different, geopolitically different? What do they have in common, and what are they what are they reacting against? And my proposition here is that they're reacting to liberal internationalism, and they're reacting to liberal modernity in the first place. And liberal modernity is the product of an ideology, and it is an ideology called liberalism. And liberalism does assert a collection of things it creates a zeitgeist that it becomes very, very dangerous to local populations and people who are living with ties to the land, to family, to tradition. The most important sort of things that it does is that it creates a deracinated society. It massifies, it flattens by thinking about the idea of equality. It applies the metaphysics of equality. It destroys an original aristocratic idea of difference and distinction. And so by doing this, it sort of decimates the old order, the ancient regime that has to do with sort of an aristocratic vanguard, an aristocratic social order. And so from the get-go, liberalism is put in a sort of a juxtaposition against aristocracy and the aristocratic order, and it puts this sort of ethos of sameness that is very anti-tradition, very anti-loyalties, and permanent ties to land, country, strong multi-generational family, and the rest of it. And it is based on this that then we have to look at and see, so what is this nationalism that becomes attractive? And here we have to think about another distinction, a distinction between nation and nationhood and nationalism. And there are two thinkers that I want to highlight here. One is Johann Herder, a German thinker, a counter-Enlightenment German thinker, that talks about culture and talks about nation as something that it's greater than the aggregate of the parts that are the people. It talks about the importance of hierarchies and aristocracies within that. And then there is a Rousseauian idea, on the other hand. And Rousseau has a very different understanding of what a nation would be. He does exactly the opposite. A nation is not necessarily the shared language, myths, horizon of meaning and aspirations, but it is a people in the here and now, made of aggregate individuals and a general will. And so that kind of understanding of nation and nationhood opens the door to something called popular sovereignty. And populism later on sort of derives from this. And so when we are thinking about these two different distinctions, one a sort of cultural idea of nation versus a more populistic, massified understanding of nation and nationhood, we see two different kinds of nationalisms also emerge. One is salutary. It's the kind of nationalism which, and I don't want to use the word nationalism because all isms are in some way or form a kind of ideology and a product of the modern zeitgeist. But when you talk about nationhood, there is the understanding and affirmation of particularity, affirmation of uniqueness, distinction, and culture, and cultural heritage, and the loyalties and traditions that comes with it. All of that creates a kind of defensive nationalism. And we are seeing this expressed in two forms. One is the political expression, the idea that we want to, and you see that in Europe most of all, in Poland, in Hungary, it's the idea that supranational bodies should not control our fate, should not tell us and dictate to us how to live. So it's a very political understanding, and it's an expression of it. But there's another one which I think is much more important, and it is part of this reaction that I talked about to liberal modernity, and that is the sort of the cultural, sociological expression of this nationhood. And you see this connect all these different places. Why? Because liberalism, as successful as it was able to globalize, and through globalization, create this global liberal order. And the global liberal order that it created went against all these sorts of traditional, cultural, distinctive cultural complexes in different parts of the world, in Turkey, in Iran, in Afghanistan. So there's all of a sudden you see a front forming, and you see another distinction emerging, and that's the one between the sort of urban, metropolitan, bourgeois elites, cosmopolitan elites who are unbounded, and the rural classes, the countrysides, the parts that are connected to land and country and family and permanence. And so within that divide, you see something that is, I would say, connects, let's say, people in New York City, Tehran, Seoul, Shanghai. They end up seeing the world from the similar perspective and paradigm of the zeitgeist of liberalism. And that engenders a reaction by the people who are not part of this sort of global bourgeois middle class. And that kind of reaction is what we're seeing inspire this kind of national sentiment. So that is the salutary part. But there is something, I think, also that we need to understand. This kind of understanding that takes up of culture and takes up of the idea of distinction and is a cultural sense of nationalism and tied to sort of sociological permanence. That is put in a different understanding with an idea of offensive nationalism that you get from someone like Rousseau. Rousseau, through his massification of the polis, if you will, what he does is that it makes nationalism and the idea of nation into an ideology. And that can be used by different groups to say that our version, our beliefs are not only good for us, but good for everybody. And so they create a kind of, it actually helps the idea of liberal internationalism. And even today, we see, some people who might claim to be nationalistic, they actually play into this idea of exceptionalism. And it's very important, I think, to make that distinction. So in guarding against the unfettered globalization and sort of the Procrustean inclinations of liberal utilitarian modernity, we need to reconcile ourselves to the reality of nations and global cultural pluralism that does not heed the calls and the siren calls of exceptionalism. And I'll sort of end there.
Thank you. Kurt?
Cool. I am mic'd up. Great. Yeah, so good to see everybody. I guess it is sort of conference season. I met this guy at the National Conservative Conference in Orlando a month ago who was sort of doing a profile on it, and he did our cover story for TAC on J.D. Vance over the summer, a guy called James Pogue. He's sort of like a left libertarian kind of writer dude. And I met him, and he posted yesterday on Twitter that it was, I think, the 22nd anniversary of the WTO protests in Seattle, these sort of like, insane, like hippie, Rage Against the Machine kind of thing against the, against the World Trade Organization. And it was sort of like it was sort of remembered at the time as a sort of passing into new millennium weird thing that happened and nothing would ever come of it. And he posted Right Side of History. And think about it and go back to the coverage of that event. And when it happened, I was 9, so I wasn't really cognizant of it. But the coverage was all very much like, this is a passing fad. This isn't going anywhere. This is all insane left-wing energy. 17 years later, Republican president gets in on basically nationalist, anti-trade, anti-China, anti-WTO stuff. So when we are addressing the topic, the return of nationalism as a global force, I think it's worth remembering that nationalism has existed for quite a while in a sort of trans-partisan, trans-ideological fashion at the local level. People have been saying this for years, and this has just now come to the fore. I think that the fact that it manifested itself so explicitly with Brexit, which of course was sort of it was, I don't want to say bipartisan, but it was seen as a more right-leaning event. And then also that nationalism reasserted itself with the election of Trump and his continued presence and impact on our politics, I think shifted the conversation considerably from where it could have been. That is, before Trump was president, it was a very much anti-establishment versus establishment energy, or a globalist versus nationalist energy. And when Trump won, it became a street fight between the right and the left. And one wonders if that's permanent, or if characters change on the scene, that it would reassert itself as a sort of pre-Trump phenomenon. I think it's worth remembering. Again, nationalism today so very much associated with conservatism, right? The National Conservative Conference. But historically, nationalism could even be considered left-leaning, right? I think Thomas Jefferson, sort of preeminent liberal nationalist. The nationalist movements that actually coined the term in Europe in 1848, and the reunification of Italy and Germany in the 1870s. These categories all sort of define strict ideological confinements. I would say that if you had to go back in time and remember when this really, what I consider this sort of modern era of politics to really have been kicked off, I think it was the rise of Syriza in Greece. Remember this party, this sort of like far left, basically communist party, but a nationalist party in Greece that was sort of revolting against punitive German debt repayment plans. Essentially, they courted, leaving the EU. They flirted with founding their own currency, going back to the drachma or whatever. And this all happened in the spring of 2015. When Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House, the leading Republican in the country was Jeb Bush, and all that American politics was focused on was, I guess, passing the TPP, or the TPA for the TPP. So quite a bit has changed in 6 years. And I would submit that the comeback and rise of nationalism is the sort of central story. And I think nationalism, of course, is now, of course, intimately tied to populism. I think populism is is a term that sort of faded from the scene recently. I think people want to create a little bit more polish on it, or these people keep winning elections, and so there actually has to be a program of some sort, and so the populism is seen as like not organized in the slightest. And I think those criticisms are taken well, but I would say that I was struck with something that David Goldman said on the previous panel, that China is top down and America is bottom up, and if America really is a bottom up country, then the nationalism will be expressed through a populist fashion. I do think it really does matter which political party is able to, or which political candidates are able to credibly claim that they are looking out for the interests of their people. These types of appeals keep winning elections again and again and again. And even the sort of erstwhile establishment candidates, if you look elsewhere in the West, someone like Emmanuel Macron in France, he did a speech when he first became president in 2018, contrasting patriotism with nationalism, sort of going against nationalism and saying that patriotism is. You don't hear him talk like that anymore. It may be a bit of a taboo word in sort of intellectual or academic circles, but in political circles, I think it still has not just a ton of purchase. I think it's unrivaled. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Colin?
Great, thank you. So we were asked to speak on the birth of, or the rebirth of nationalism as a global force among allies, among rivals, and how it affects U.S. foreign policy. And I agree that there's no doubt that over the past 6 years, it has resurfaced in a strong way in multiple countries, the U.S., United Kingdom, within the EU, India, China, you just go down the list. And of course, as you well know, this is viewed by some, especially on the left, as akin to the 1930s. You know, it's supposedly just a precursor of greater war, conflict, and authoritarianism. That's not my view. I think a key element is a willingness to make distinctions. I'm not sure you can have a global theory of nationalism. American nationalism has its own distinct qualities. It's not the same as Venezuelan nationalism or Chinese nationalism. That's the nature of the subject. First of all, because it's ours, right? So the U.S. Is a territorially distinct nation state, an independent country with its own borders, its own citizens, its own interests. And American nationalists have every right to protect those things, as do their leaders. We're not under any obligation to protect the distinct interests of other nationalisms. Second, because it's democratic. It's not authoritarian. It's the opposite of authoritarian. American nationalism looks to preserve American self-government, distinctly American traditions of popular sovereignty and representative self-government. This is one of the reasons why the condemnations of it as authoritarian, I think, ring so hollow. There are many other cases internationally where nationalism really is authoritarian. We can list them if you like, but we're not obliged to pay deference to those versions because we pay deference to American nationalism. And then third, there is something about American nationalism from the beginning that has at least a classical liberal element. It's not the only element. It's not liberal in the 21st century version, but there is this element of constitutionalism, rule of law, combined with, of course, biblical common law, pre-modern Western legacies, civic republicanism. There is such a thing as an American creed. It's not the Russian creed. It's not the Venezuelan creed. It's not the Chinese creed, right? It's ours, and it has those features. So that's part of American nationalism. Now, what does this mean for U.S. foreign policy? That's what I've written on. I think from the beginning, from the very beginning, America's foreign policy was informed by a healthy sense of American nationalism. That's how I would understand the foreign policy of George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, the Federalists in particular. They are interested in protecting U.S. sovereignty and in promoting U.S. interests, the economic and strategic interests of this particular country, and then building it into a coherent nation state. That's a tradition that's then vindicated by Lincoln during the Civil War. And then as that expands across the North American continent, there's the hope for the spread of Republican self-government, that if you have a dollar bill in your pocket, that creepy little pyramid with the eye, a new order of the ages in Latin, that's a hope. It's not a pretense that you can do this everywhere at once, certainly not by force, but that's an element in American nationalism, and it worked pretty well for most of American history. The big disruption, I think, or the big paradigm shift was under Woodrow Wilson during World War I, and he suggested, it wasn't the idea that democracy should spread, that wasn't new. What was new was the idea that the U.S. needed to make global multilateral commitments. If you think about that, I'll repeat it. Global multilateral commitments. That was new. It was too much of a leap, obviously, and as you know, was rejected, but then it was resuscitated in the 1940s. So at that point, the American nationalist tradition kind of goes underground, that conservative nationalist tradition, which I think was the mainstream for so many generations. And conservatives, as well as American nationalists, in some cases overlapping, always had mixed feelings throughout the 20th century about how to react to Wilson's vision. Some thought he was entirely wrong. Some thought he was mostly wrong. Some thought he was partly wrong. None thought he was entirely right. But once that Wilsonian tradition was resuscitated, many American conservatives felt that it was appropriate to fight, for example, the Axis powers, or to line up behind anti-communist efforts to contain and combat the Soviet Union. Although there was a rearguard fight by Senator Taft of Ohio into the early 1950s. But most American conservative nationalists by the 50s were ready to support anti-communist policies overseas. They weren't enthusiastic about the UN or about multilateralism or about foreign assistance. But if anything, they thought that the existing foreign policy under somebody like a Truman wasn't aggressive enough. So now, post-Cold War, well, you get the resurrection of a more non-interventionist strain among some national conservatives in the 90s, but I think for the most part, the feeling was, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? So it was hard to make that case initially. The Iraq War obviously gave the more non-interventionist strain a boost, and you had the founding of venues like the American Conservative. And then, just as Kurt was saying, when Trump exploded onto the scene, he did something new, politically new, which was he bundled together a retrospective critique of post-Cold War optimism on free trade, on intervention, on immigration, on alliances, and he bundled it all into a single cluster that had surprising power and punch politically. In practice, his administration, I think, was a mix. It wasn't a pure non-interventionist foreign policy. In a lot of ways, it had a real hawkish element to it. If you go down the list of the actual policies, it was a hybrid. And that's a reflection of how national conservatives have often approached foreign policy. There is a more non-interventionist strain, and there's a more hardline or hawkish strain, and probably even within this room. If you go back to Senator Taft himself, when he wrote Foreign Policy for Americans in 1951, he's pretty hard line on the Soviet bloc. I live further out in red state Virginia, where I often see pickup trucks with the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me." And if you think about what that could mean for US foreign policy, it's certainly a preference for non-intervention, but it's also pretty combative. It's a warning, don't tread on me, right? There's a moment at which you take that element of what some have called the Jacksonian strain in American culture, and if you insult it or threaten it, it can move in a more hawkish or hardline direction on foreign policy. And that's exactly what we've seen at moments in American history, whether after Pearl Harbor, during the Cold War, after 9/11. There's been a hiatus in recent years, and for good reason. I think the Trump phenomenon was a kind of corrective for the ideological overkill of the post-Cold War era in US foreign policy. I'm not sure that was such a bad thing to correct that. But after all, American nationalism on the right is not consistently non-interventionist. If I go down the list of national security challenges for the United States today, I know that liberals or progressives think that climate change, social injustice should head the list. I happen to disagree. I would say China should head the list. And as a matter of fact, I would say, even though this is a foreign policy conference, domestic concerns and the kind of woke insanity that we see at home, as well as gargantuan overspending, should be at the top of the list, frankly, even in a foreign policy conference. But insofar as we're talking about foreign policy, I think more and more conservatives have come to recognize that China heads the list. I think the Trump administration did some good. It's not a coincidence that Biden, at least verbally, doesn't reject that legacy. He's not doing enough, and I agree with the speakers from the previous panel that we need to do a lot more. But if I had to guess, my guess is that snake on that flag, come 2020, 2024, is going to rally around a hard line on China, right? And rightly so. Thank you.
So there is a conventional view of foreign policy reflected in elite think tanks, in publications like Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy Magazine, that the liberal international order is the keystone for the entire world, and that it's gravely endangered right now by the rise of nationalism, both around the world and also here in the United States. There is this terrible fear among the foreign policy establishment that the rise of nationalism means the collapse of the liberal international order, which will then, in their view, lead to more conflicts around the world and to a deterioration of liberty and liberalism, perhaps not just in other places, not just in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, but also ultimately in the West itself, including in the United States, perhaps. I'd like to ask the panelists what they think are the implications for the liberal international order of this rise of nationalism, and whether these fears that the foreign policy establishment expresses are well-founded or not. And we'll start with Arta.
I would say that the liberal international order was created by the power of American might. And the liberal international order has been disintegrating for some time. Trump and the Trump phenomenon was just the symptom and the effect of all these trends that I think we've been referring to it throughout this conference. And so I don't think that liberal international order, did as much good in the first place, because over the long term, what it did is it made us much more involved in different parts of the world. It does have a crusading, militant, combative ideology, a neo-Jacobin ideology, and which actually comes from this kind of that kind of combatant nationalism that Woodrow Wilson was mentioned. Wilson was national self-determination, liberal internationalism. There is a connection between nationalism and progressivism and liberalism. These are all modern constructs. They're part of the modern zeitgeist. And unless we're aware of this, we're going to make the same kinds of mistakes again. I think liberal international order is kind of done with, but I worry about precisely what Colin was talking about, that there is a hard line forming in the name of nationalism against China, and that is going to be completely taken over by the same kinds of elites that were neocons before. Now they call themselves national conservatives, and they come back and they do the same things now, this time with China. So I do think that we need to be very careful of the kind of nationalism that we're espousing. Nationality and nationhood and a cultural idea of nations has been a permanent feature and foundational to human civilization in different parts of the world. But the idea of a crusading nation, exceptionalism, we need to be, combative. If someone threads on us, I think that is very dangerous. Yeah.
So, Kurt, is the liberal international order disintegrating because of nationalism? And if so, is that a bad thing, a good thing, or simply a fact about the world that we need to take into account as we make our foreign policy in the future?
Well, this has been a sort of keystone question since Trump got elected, and I can't lie. I remember pretty early in the Trump years, basically a senior administration official told me flat out he didn't believe in the liberal international order. So that sort of confirms the sort of suspicions in the foreign affairs, foreign policy magazine kind of thing. But I would say, though, I would actually take the contrarian take, which is that, so let's say you have a sort of right-wing nationalistic anti-China president get in there in 2024, like Colin just submitted. I mean, what would actually happen? Of course, we don't know, but we have Trump as a blueprint. Is the U.S. going to pull out of the WTO? Is the U.S. going to abolish NATO? Is the U.S. going to be done with trade deals, right? Are they just going to unilaterally leave NAFTA? Or are they going to renegotiate NAFTA, right? I think if you're just being honest, and there's just all kinds of room for intellectual hysteria, but that absent a pretty major crisis, a crisis that was bigger than COVID. I mean, COVID is the biggest crisis I've ever seen. Absent a crisis that would dwarf that, I don't think you're going to see any president look to just absolutely jettison all of the architectures of power that the U.S. set up 70 years ago. That all being said, I do think it's very clear, especially in the comparisons between Trump and Biden's foreign policy and practice, that it is a death of a certain ethos, and that's what people are really talking about when they say that the collapse of the liberal international order. It's the collapse of the U.S. Overstretching itself in every theater in the world because some people in Washington, D.C. and New York say they should. And I think so. I think you saw that on Afghanistan, where the sort of absurd French philosopher Bernard Levy, that kind of thing is over. But I don't think the actual architecture of the order is going to be dynamited anytime soon.
Let me refine the question a little bit as we go to Colin. He brought out in his remarks the idea that the foreign policy we pursued in the Cold War, although in retrospect it's often framed as a liberal international order, it was also a foreign policy which embodied a certain kind of American nationalism, especially on the right. It seems to me that a tension has developed over time, and I would actually trace this to the 1980s, but certainly it has become intensified over the last decade or more. This conception of our foreign policy during the Cold War and the post-Cold War era as perhaps a mixture of a conservatism, a nationalism on the one hand, but also a kind of universal liberalism on the other. There's a tension here which may have been papered over during the Cold War, but which has lately become, I think, very acute and has created a lot of cognitive dissonance, including on the right. You see these arguments happening within the Republican Party, among conservative institutions, about the question of whether liberalism is compatible or not with conservatism and with nationalism, whether nationalism and internationalism are compatible. I'd be interested to hear Colin's thoughts on this apparently escalating tension and how it can be resolved, and especially what the ideological framework for that resolution might look like.
Yeah, great question. So I think in the end, it's mainly a practical question. I mean, that's what we do for a living, so we have fun creating intellectual superstructures, and then we either claim that it's an impossible tension to solve or it isn't. If you think about somebody like a Reagan, I think he did a pretty good job of addressing that in practice. He often sounded quite idealistic, but at the same time was very hard-nosed. And in reality, it worked pretty well. He confronted the Soviet Union aggressively. Now, obviously, I don't mean to say we can do exactly that today. I think that point's been well made, right, including by a number of people in this room. We're in a different era, different circumstances. We can't just repeat Reagan. But for the challenges we have today, it's either going to be worked out in practice or it isn't. So, I don't worry all that much about liberal international order, to tell you the truth. I mean, I don't sit around saying the way it's defined now more and more, if you look at the Summit of Democracy, I think the administration's got a Zoom meeting with hundreds of people and it's going to promote democracy worldwide. It's a partisan agenda. Progressives have remade the definition of it to be what they want. George Marshall didn't sit around wondering how to promote same-sex marriage, okay? That was not a top priority. The United States had a concrete set of objectives. It was looking to push back against the Soviet Union. That's what it meant at the time. What progressives have done is to create this supposed intellectual lineage back to Marshall and others from the 40s. It just doesn't, it's a fantasy. It's a completely different set of priorities. So, I actually don't, one of the things the left's been very good at over the years is redefining words and then insisting that their critics and opponents and targets must agree with the content of the words. It's amazing when you watch them do it. Let's stop it. Let's just stop accepting the redefinition that we're constantly given on every word by the left, right? We don't have to do that. We don't have to play that game. So if liberal international order means what progressives think it means, why should we sign on to it? I don't see why, as conservatives, why should we sign on to a vision that involves a left-of-center domestic agenda? If you look at how the Biden administration talks about it, that is explicitly what they say. If you open any issue of foreign affairs, it's jam-packed with articles saying that one of the ways you support a liberal international order is through a left-of-center domestic policy agenda. Don't accept it. Just refuse to accept the definition. I'm not even worried about it. I'm interested in how do we promote U.S. interests. We have real enemies, we have real adversaries, we have real competitors in the world. I'm not saying we have to do regime change or go to war all over the place or go half-cocked all over the place. But there does need to be some pushback in some cases, particularly as you heard on the last panel in relation to China economically. And let's focus on promoting U.S. interests assertively. If that happens to align with liberal world order, terrific, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Colin noted that nationalism means different things in different places. Different nations have their own nationalisms that are competing with one another in many cases. In light of that, I'd like to ask the panel to think about what nationalism as a rising force among our allies, especially in NATO, but also in Japan and elsewhere, what that means for America's foreign policy. So to concretize this a little bit, one often sees European nationalists, including on the right, who are quite critical of NATO and of Europe's relationship with the United States. One sees, perhaps in the case of certain nationalist elements in Japan, still a strong commitment to the alliance with the United States, but also a desire that Japan should be more capable of defending itself, that it should expand its military capacity And that is, again, something that shocks a number of folks in the establishment who think that this is a threat to the liberal national order, a remilitarization of Japan. Then, on the other hand, you also have nationalist movements in places like Hungary and Poland, where you see that they conceive their own national interest as being, at times, aligned with Russia or with China in ways that many Americans find detrimental to America's concerns, particularly with energy. That I was on a panel with a Hungarian political figure a few months ago, and he noted that the Hungarians, of course, want to get Russian gas because they don't want to freeze during the winter. So they have their own concrete, immediate national interests that may not fit with the way in which many Americans conceive of America's interest with respect to alliances in Europe. So what does the rise of nationalism among our allies imply for our foreign policy? And we'll go in reverse order this time and start with Colin.
So in a number of cases, it's actually quite helpful or encouraging. I mean, Japan's a great example. Liberals often worry that Japanese nationalism might be provocative to China. I think we should welcome a Japan that takes more of the burden on itself to defend itself, that is thinking seriously and professionally about its own defense. I think that's a positive trend. I think Shinzo Abe was helpful in that way, and hopefully that continues. It looks like it is continuing. So I don't worry about that at all. I would welcome it. One of the pleasures, if you talk to Japanese officials, unlike, say, German foreign policy officials, is there's a kind of a seriousness to how do we build up our defenses to actually do more on our own behalf. Similarly with Britain, I mean, I think that Brexit, this probably isn't going to be controversial in this room, but I think, if the British as a people decide to exit the European Union, more power to them. Terrific. I mean, they have every right to do so, and that's entirely compatible with a strong or even a stronger alliance with the U.S. In some of these cases, Poland, I would zero in on. I noticed that when President Biden formed the list for the Summit of Democracy, Poland made the list, which was interesting, because he had previously described Poland as part of a global trend of totalitarianism. I don't know if you saw that. So he's now shifted to saying that they're okay. The government of Poland, it seems to me, is a culturally conservative government that won solid majorities, that has its own way of looking at its own interests, and it's perfectly valid. So if the Poles are willing to defend themselves more assertively, as they are, then that's great. So I don't, we'll have to look at it case by case. There might be cases where a resurgence of nationalism in some ally turns against the U.S. or against U.S. interests. That's entirely possible. But for the most part, I think in these cases, you're seeing increased willingness to step up, spend more on defense. It actually tends to align with U.S. interests, at least in the cases I just mentioned.
Kurt, you've recently written about the rise of Eric Zemmour, a nationalist candidate in France. What does nationalism of Zemmour's type mean for American foreign policy and for alliances such as NATO?
I mean, I think this is more very interesting. It doesn't really matter how well he does. I think what the reality is, it's going to push all of the candidates in his direction. I mean, France is really an astonishing story, right? I mean, if you look at France, the sort of national conception of France is like the whatever wine-drinking, affair-having, left-wing academic country or whatever. So that's. But if you read about it, like in the press, it's notable about how weak France's left wing is. I mean, essentially, they're just not even in the game. So, Macron is this sort of, I think, centrist nationalist president. His chief opponents are Zemmour, Le Pen, and the vestiges of the old sort of center-right Republican Party in France. All of these parties are going to govern in a certain way, and I think France's trajectory is thus clear in that respect, and Zemmour is more of a representation of the trend than driving the trend. I would, to answer the more broad question, I would simply ask, where does this phenomenon of sort of national self-responsibility and national assertion, where is that bad for the United States of America? I mean, I think if you look at it, you could argue like, well, Venezuelan nationalism in its current form would be concerning. Iranian nationalism in its current form could be concerning. But in general, the rise of these sort of greater civilizational states, France, India, Brexit, Britain, all of these things are counterweights to countries that have given the U.S. all types of problems. Obviously, in the Pacific, the big one is China. But I would also argue, to anchor it back to the question, something like France is very good for the U.S. A rising France counterbalances Germany, which is a plainly unreliable partner.
So Kurt has very well set up the way in which I want to frame this question for Arta, and it's a difficult framing, but I think it has to be addressed. So my question for Arta is Germany nationalistic enough to be a reliable ally for the United States?
I mean, we have to first, think about what Germany's interests are. I think Germany is also operating within the confines of its own interests, but it sees its interests aligned with the EU in ways that other countries that are peripheral to the EU might not see it. In some ways, you can argue that Germany has achieved what it wanted to achieve, a certain dominance over Europe, and it does so through the EU. So does it want to, again, the cultural wins that Kurt was talking about in France, I feel like have still not gotten quite to Germany, but I believe that they will. And I think that it will be a very different kind of world where sort of Germany wakes up. It is, we have to, I think about the fundamental paradigm shift in the system. Sort of a unipolar liberal hegemonic order, where liberal universalism was trying to get rid of all these sorts of cultural affinities and localities and loyalties. It has gotten some sort of a resistance. And we are now, with the emergence of China and the civilizational states, we are now seeing a different front, a multipolar world. And in this multipolar world, things will be different. There will be geopolitical competition. Interest and sovereignty will be key. Idealism will have to give way to realism. Those, I think, are all good things. But I also worry, however, how some people, especially in this country, will continue to frame the great power politics of it all and use nationalistic sentiment to sort of activate the reptilian brains of the masses in ways that we have seen before to create more and more hawkishness against some of these civilizational states, which are not really a problem for us. If China does something to Taiwan, we have no business in Taiwan. Taiwan is their version of our Cuba in some ways. It's parts of their sphere of influence. But we make this sort of lines in the sand and think that, if you don't have, and this was mentioned in the panel earlier, if we don't do something about Russia and Ukraine, we're not going to do something about China or about Taiwan and China, and then we're not going to do something when China eventually invades Japan. This preposterous kind of illogical thinking happens because we want something to fit the mold of this kind of idealistic, universalist, crusadist mindset that we have had. And whether it has been, over the past 100 years, especially since World War II, whether it has been a sort of a conservative internationalism, a sort of a Kissingerite internationalism, which doesn't care about the woke issues and cares about more power, but understands that power to be globally defined, or whether it has been a sort of a liberal internationalism or really a woke internationalism, it has been, it is what it is it kind of internationalism. That's the most important part of it, I think, and we need to come to terms with the importance of our interests being closer to our shores, not in distant corners of the world.
So we have a few minutes for questions, if people would like to line up at the microphone. And in the meantime, let me ask the panel how they would perceive nationalism taking a course among our allies that would be benign or reassuring, if not obviously to progressives, to people who are most sort of ideologically committed to a left-wing view of the liberal international order, but a kind of nationalism in Europe that would not immediately be labeled by centrists in our own country or by people who are somewhat open-minded in our own country as being of the far right. Because certainly there is a deep concern, not just among progressives and the hard left in our country, but among a great many centrists, a great many people who are, not of strong ideological dispositions here, who look at an Eric Zemmour. They certainly look at, things like the AfD in Germany. They look at, all sorts of, they look at the traditional Le Pen force for nationalism within France. And they say all of these are far right. They're not just conservative. They're not just on the right. They are far right in a way that is very disturbing. Do we think that this is going to moderate? Is there a possibility of forms of nationalism arising among our allies that are going to be more similar to our own American nationalism, that may be more, historically benign? Or is it that perhaps people's fears of a far-right nationalism among, especially our European allies, are overblown or mistaken, or a misinterpretation of where Europe is in the 21st century as opposed to where it was in the early part of the 20th century? Difficult question, I realize, but I'll turn it to Colin and see what thoughts he has on that.
Well, in a way, this is just what we were discussing. I mean, I think the answer is yes, there already are benign versions. Mentioned a few of them, Britain, Japan, Poland. But I actually think, one thing I've sort of lost interest in is paying deference to those who really wish us nothing but harm. So I don't know why we would defer to left-wing characterizations of what counts as far right or not far right. I mean, obviously there are some far-right groups in Europe that really are creepy. I think Golden Dawn in Greece might be an example. I mean, there really are neo-Nazis rattling around. But most of what's called extreme right or far right by the left is done in a deeply dishonest, misleading, often ignorant way. I bump into it on campus all the time. The idea, for example, that any reasonable limitation on migration is a far-right sentiment is so out of step with reality. I mean, after Merkel's handling of the 2015 crisis, you had a fairly rapid shift in many European countries to a situation where a solid majority of Europeans were for strict limits on migration. And that was continually described in venues like the Washington Post as a far-right position. At a certain point, they just finally had to wake up and realize, actually, that's a solid majority. I mean, by definition, that is no longer a far-right position. It's not the far right end of the bell curve. It's a majority. And then for practical reasons, they finally said, okay, I guess we need to recognize that it's the same thing we just saw in Virginia, right? We heard all about critical race theory is not taught in our schools until the Democrats finally lost the state-level election, at which point there was a New York Times article saying, maybe we should have a conversation about this, right? So why would we defer to the definitions of the left on this issue? I mean, from their point of view, probably everybody in this room is far right. I have honestly stopped caring. I really, really have. That's my answer.
So Kurt, if sometime in the next 10 or 15 years, France does in fact elect a President Le Pen or a President, Maréchal or President Zemmour, how does America's foreign policy community respond to that? Can it respond in a productive way? Is it going to be so alarmed that it will have the kind of reaction that we saw with the rise of Jörg Haider in Austria in the 1990s? What's going to happen at that point?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on domestic politics, which is why everybody makes fun of me, which is why I still pay so much attention to the horse race. I think it matters which horse wins the race. It's kind of the whole thing. But I would say that the foreign policy establishment does not have that much purchase remaining in the Republican Party, so it's almost a Democratic thing. So if this occurs under a Republican White House, I think it would be quite distinct. I agree with what Colin just said. I mean, at a certain point, these words don't have any meaning. Like if the President of the United States is elected, does that make him far right? I mean, I would say it's 48 to 52% of the people. I do think there is this framing. I remember one of the better columns by him, former managing editor of TAC, Jordan Bloom, and he did, I think it was a review or something about, he referenced Barack Obama's new book, A Promised Land, and the sort of too long didn't read, nobody did, on that book. is, I'm not yet ready to give up on the promise of America, which Bloom pointed out is kind of a threat from the former president, right? It's certainly not something I would say, like pro-America, right or wrong, sort of. Patriot, right? So but I do think there is that frame of mind that is more endemic on the left, and you could see a crazy response if they were in power when something like this happened. Just not a mature response to the what they claim to believe, right? I mean, they believe that they're, how many times do you have to see on MSNBC on a given night, like, we're committed to democracy? Like, I mean, if the person is elected, the person is elected. And I understand that people have a lot of concerns about what former President Trump is doing, and et cetera. But at the end of the day, he did win the election in 2016. He lost it in 2020. And if he's a candidate again in 2024, like, that's our system. And if you believe in our system, you have to support it.
So Arta, briefly, is this framework that our foreign policy establishment still relies upon, this idea of liberalism versus various forms of extremism, especially right-wing extremism, is this framework now simply archaic, and is it losing its purchase in the politics of the future?
Short answer is yes. And I want to second what sort of Colin said as well on this. It's the liberal sort of language, and it's very important what kind of language we're using, the codes and speech patterns that we're using to refer to these kinds of things are part and parcel of a certain class. That sort of real establishment blob class. And they have certain interests, and it is in their interest to continue the American empire, and they will do it in different ways. If your scenario happens and Zamora becomes president or worse, they will make sure that all across media and Hollywood and all these sorts of culture forming institutions, they try to make it into some sort of an existential threat there. If not, China is always there. And even if there was no China or a threat of Germany, there would be some sort of a domestic terrorist to find and do the biosecurity sort of surveillance state, galvanize it around that. So there's always, the interest here is power for this class, and the language is the tool for power, but they are also believers. They are crusading believers. It comes from the way that they believe in the idea of progress. And progress never stops. There's a progressive view of history. They think it will never, you're never going to get there quite. So anytime you get to something, you have this victory, supposedly, you're going to get some other sort of target that you want to achieve. And it's much more about, destroying the fabrics of American society, but all traditional societies around the world. And this is why I think that traditional societies, countrysides around the world are kind of united against this, and increasingly working class peoples as well. So you're going to get, I think the politics of the future is a politics which is increasingly economically left in our categories, which is not usually helpful, and also culturally to the right. So a sort of cultural right, economic left is, in my view, the way of the future.
Let's turn to a question from the audience as we wrap up our panel.
Thanks. Do you guys think that there's a chance that the term nationalism itself has become too cool for its own good and begun to be used by too many different kinds of people for too many different things for it to actually be helpful in American policy thinking?
Good question. Colin, has the word nationalism become overexposed and diluted?
Well, it is used to mean a lot of different things depending on the speaker. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. Just to sort of bring it back for myself, when I look at American history in terms of its foreign policy, it really boils down to freedom of action. Freedom of action for the United States. American sovereignty. That can be a very restrained version. It can actually be a more assertive version, but it certainly doesn't align with an obsession with liberal multilateral commitments. It focuses on maintaining freedom of action and maintaining U.S. sovereignty in order to promote U.S. interests. That's only one, and I would be the first to say that the word nationalism is used to mean a kaleidoscope of different things by different speakers in different countries, but That's what it means to me on foreign policy.
Kurt, how useful is the term nationalism today in politics?
Well, I've never heard that nationalism as a word has this good of PR. That's news to me. So I would guess that basically any term could be stretched for any purposes. So I think my answer simply is, do you have a better one?
And Arta, you've talked about the different ways in which nationalism can be conceived through a Rousseauistic lens or through a more traditional lens, and the different kinds of nationalist approaches, even here in the United States, to our foreign policy. So do you think the word nationalism has been stretched beyond any clear definition?
I certainly think so. I think nationalism is increasingly used by some to just mean exceptionalism. And it is that sort of absolutist, offensive understanding of nationalism. And anything that, again, I will stress this, I think I mentioned it in my remarks, anything that has an ism is an ideology. And all the isms are there as a construction of modernity. And liberal modernity especially wants you to make these kinds of, it does make these kinds of ideological framings. And it's very important to make those distinctions in speech. I think there is a fundamental qualitative difference between nationhood tied to culture, myth, and horizons of imagination, and usually an aristocracy even, and the idea of nationalism, which is tied to democratism, to massification of politics, to using the people, the folk, for your purposes by some establishment or elite. So we should, I think, as people on the right, people need to be very careful about how nationalism is being used to, actually reduce the sovereignty, not just of American people, but of the American nation as this sort of, as this entity that's qualitatively different and higher than the American people. There is something in my analysis called the American nation, which precedes, because it's multi-generational, it connects to the past and the future from the here and now American people. And I think we keep making this sort of mistake, and that's part of the liberal language. And we need to move away from liberal paradigms and liberal languages, not just from the left, but from the right as well.
And on that note, we will conclude. I'd like to thank our panel. I also want to thank the American Conservative for hosting this, and the supporters of the American Conservative for making this all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
Well, thank you to our panelists. Thank all of you for joining us here today, both in Washington and on our live stream. I want to encourage everyone to continue to engage with our work, theamericanconservative.com. You can also become a member and receive our print magazine in your mailbox every other month. And also check out our podcasts. Kurt Mills hosts a podcast with Will Ruger called Empire Has No Clothes. So thank you to our presenting sponsor, the Pivotal Foundation, our organizational partners, ISI, American Moment, and the Center for the Study of Statesmanship here at CUA. Thank you all. Hope to see you at another TAC event soon.